Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll call this meeting of the Board of License Commissioners to order. This time, as has been tradition for many, many years, we begin our meetings with the pledge to the flag, followed by a moment of silence in memory of those who have went before us to make our country as great as it is for all of us. It's strictly voluntary, and with that, Mr. Barnhart.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Woods. Thank you. You may be seated. At this time, I would ask our attorney, Mr. Dixon, if he will present case 6459 as our beginning case this morning.
All right, case 6459, in the matter of a Class B beer, wine, and liquor license issued to Joyce B. Leach for the use of TJ's Corner Grill LLC, trading as TJ's Corner Grill, 3600 Sykesville Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. Violation hearing sale to a minor. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. All right, a June 27th, 2023 alcohol compliance violation sheet signed by James Pullen. A notice of violation for selling alcohol to persons under 21 under the letterhead Haven and Shoemaker, State's Attorney, and signed by a Patricia Soria. The notice for the hearing was hand-delivered June 29th, 2023, and signed and received by Patricia Soria. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. At this time, I would ask all those who intend to testify in this case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
You may be seated. May I remind all of you that before you testify the first time, please state your full name and address and spell your name for the record, please. And those microphones you can pull just in front of you. With that, Inspector Pullen, you are going to present this case, please.
I am, yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Inspector Jim Pullen, Board of License Commissioners, 225 North Center Street, Maryland, Westminster, Maryland. The incident is that on the 27th of June, 2023, at approximately 1:20 p.m. in the afternoon, I sent two underage volunteers, both males, aged 17 and 18 years respectively, into TJ's Corner Grill with the intention of purchasing alcoholic beverages. The volunteers were seated at the bar and were served with bottles of beer, both alcoholic beverages. The 17-year-old was given a Michelob Ultra and the 18-year-old a Bud Light beer. Upon my arrival, I spoke with the server, a Patricia Soria. She told me she did not ask for identification from the pair. She is not alcohol service trained at that time, and she told me that she knew it was a criminal offense to serve a minor with alcoholic beverages. All the above occurred in Westminster, Carroll County, Maryland. From our records, TJ's Corner Grill hasn't had a violation in the last 5 years, and upon speaking to Mr. Leach, they've had a license for 33 years, and this is the first underage serve incident they've had. And I wish to make a motion to present 4 photographs, which I have shown to Mrs. Leach here.
We'll accept them in evidence.
Jim, I'm sorry. On the paperwork, it says that they got a vertical ID and that the person didn't know it was vertical. That's different than what you just told us?
That's correct, yeah, she did check ID. I'm sorry, I'll correct that. She did ask for ID, but she didn't recognize that they were vertical IDs.
Thank you.
While they're marking as evidence, I hope everybody escaped the wrath of the tornado or straight line windstorm, whatever it was. Is this British penmanship?
Yes.
Never heard of that one.
It has a certain flair.
Well, since I went to the University of Maryland, it's a little different what I was taught down there, but that doesn't mean too much. Now, if you went to Towson or Morgan State or University of Baltimore Law School or someplace like that, they don't spell whilst. Them boys got more hair than I got yours.
Ooh, and me.
Okay. Who wants to tell us what happened on your behalf?
I guess I will. William T. Leach, 3600 Sykesville Road, Westminster, Maryland. All I know is I had come back from Restaurant Depot. This gentleman was in and said that Patricia served 2 minors. I never saw them. Bottom line is, it was wrong. I've never had it happen before, and I'm sure it'll never happen again.
And we're sorry.
And we're sorry, because I don't want to be here any more than you want me here.
Who was the lady? I believe it, Patricia? something?
Patricia Soria, which has taken a class since then and has to take one more.
How long has she been employed by you?
She was here a couple years ago. She moved to Ocean City, worked for a restaurant there, and I would say it's been 3 months that she's been back.
But she does have experience.
Correct.
You say she's taking a class, the alcohol.
So the alcohol awareness class, and then she's supposed to take another class that I don't really, he might know.
The diversion class.
The diversion
Yeah,
class, all right.
that's what I was getting at. So she is going to do the diversion, but has taken the alcohol
Correct.
training.
Do you have any in-house training, like to help them identify vertical IDs?
So
or-
we use the book that's supplied by the liquor board, And, you know, and I told him, yeah. And I also explained to him that I didn't realize you could use the lottery machine, but he told me that wasn't a surefire plan either.
What's your policy on vertical IDs?
Well, we normally do not take them at all. And I do have a question for you, because I'm confused. I thought the book said you could, at your discretion. But we don't, because we figure if you're old enough and you don't even go and get your driver's license changed, you don't need to drink. But I guess Patricia didn't realize that's how we did it.
The rule in the book, you may accept the vertical ID. However, most of the liquor establishments in Carroll County, with 2 or 3 exceptions, will not accept a vertical ID. And those that do are close to the Pennsylvania line. And I think the 2 that I can think of now, they won't accept them anymore. But a common practice by most of the licensees is they will not accept a vertical license, because that is the red flag that they're underage. You don't have to look at their dates. You don't have to do
Correct.
anything. If it's vertical, 99 and 44, 100% of the time, that person's under 21.
I think the problem is where she came from, they might have accepted it, where we don't. But for some reason, she accepted the vertical ID. You're right, that's automatically a red flag.
I'm sorry, you say she was in Ocean City most recently? That's where she lived?
Yeah, and she worked there.
Do you have posters up about no vertical IDs accepted?
No, I don't have.
I thought there was one, the cash register's here, and I thought it was by the cash
The
register.
red striped ones?
Yeah.
You know what, you might be right. I might own the place, but I work in the kitchen.
But you will. We will get you some.
I appreciate it.
Any other questions, Mr. Leach?
Have you instituted any new training policies or anything since this event? Or?
Just specify the license, mandatory, and, yeah, like I said, I learned today, if you're in doubt, go to the lottery machine, but like he said, what you see is actually the final answer.
Well, if you're in doubt,
Don't rely on right.
if it's a vertical license, if you're in doubt, the safe thing to do is just to have a policy where you don't accept it.
Well, you're
don't have
exactly
to
right,
go to the-
and we did, but like I said, I think she was used to being in Ocean City, and just her mindset was still there.
Did she explain to you what happened?
Yeah, she felt bad, but
No, did she explain to you about not understanding the vertical ID policy in your restaurant?
no,
She understands now?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
How many employees do you have?
Bar, 6. Restaurant, side, 4 or 5. I can't remember. They come and go anymore.
Do you have any employees under 18?
No.
Prior to this incident, were any of them alcohol management trained?
Everyone that works there now that wasn't is now. I know Tina, my bar manager, was, and she normally takes care of all that stuff. So now we've had a talk, and she's making sure everybody gets their training.
We have a record we call a wave chart that tracks compliance checks by liquor board inspectors, and I've gone back and looked at all the way to the beginning in 2014, and you have had no violations. You have had, on our records, since we started doing this, about 13 successful compliance checks, which is commendable and a little bit remarkable, honestly. When you look at the other licensees in the county, that's an extremely good record. But I believe that you stated to our inspector that you have been there 33 years and never had a violation.
I've been in the business, I bought my first bar in 1989, and I came here in '06, and I've never had a violation at either place.
Okay, so how long have you been at TJ's?
'06.
Okay. So that's a very, very good record.
I like to go by the law. I've never had a ticket either, so
Sounds like it. It sounds like you have,
Knock on wood.
just don't speed.
You say you had a previous bar?
Yeah, in Riverdale, Maryland, by the University of Maryland.
Any violations there while you were there?
No.
How long were you there?
89 till '05.
Long time, 20-plus years.
Yeah, I'm old now. Don't tell anybody.
They know. I can see it.
And the lady still employed by you, Patricia?
Yes, sir.
How many seats do you have in there?
50.
50? You say you were in the kitchen most of the time?
Yes, sir. I do the cooking, get the food. I don't have anything delivered. I go pick it up. That's why I wasn't there the day he came in.
But our bar manager is almost always.
Yeah, and then we had the bar manager that comes and goes all the time, Tina Lewis.
Whose Corvette's that, yours?
Nope, that's my day cook. That's
You pay him
Deborah.
too much.
That's Deborah.
He does it just for fun, really.
She's just cooking for fun. She owns a bar too, but she's not allowed to work at it. She's too mean to the customers.
So that's why you got her in the kitchen.
Yeah. It's where she belongs. She's an ex-jail guard, so she needs to stay in the kitchen.
Where was she at when Jim was in there?
Kitchen.
Was she there? Was Deb there?
Yeah, she was in the kitchen.
You didn't go in the kitchen, did you?
No.
I didn't think so.
She was scared.
Any other questions?
No.
The only comment I can tell you, tell my age. Until a few weeks ago, the first time I hadn't been in there since Miss Anderson had it, a lady by the name of Rose Anderson. And that's 50 years ago.
I was gonna say, because what was the name of it then?
I don't remember. She was our neighbor on Deer Park Road there when I was growing up.
Oh, it might be.
Her husband passed away and they had a grocery store, but for some reason,
The name
bought
of
the
the name.
establishment there. I can't think of the gentleman that started. Anyway, that's got nothing to do with this. Any other questions?
So, I'm not good at math, but it looks like you've been at TJ's Corner for 17 years or more?
'06.
Sounds right.
I'm no good at math either.
Okay.
Everybody asks me, I'm like, I don't know. I remember when you got to the 10, the 15, and 20. In between, I'm no good at math.
Where,
08 is when the license was issued.
when?
08, 2008.
Yeah, I operated under Triple Creek because I had to straighten out their taxes before the liquor license could be transferred. They let someone else run the business, and they weren't paying the taxes, they weren't doing anything.
So when you first took over, there was no liquor license?
Yes, there was.
Was?
It was under Nancy Rose, and I couldn't transfer it till all the taxes were paid, so,
So when you took over in '06, alcoholic beverages were on sale in
correct.
the bar? Okay. And since '06, there have been no violations,
No?
and there have been all kind of compliance checks.
Oh, yeah.
Any other questions? If not, testimony is closed. We'll go right into summations. Inspector Pullen, would you like to make any closing statements?
No, this one was another one which was a complete surprise to me. I had the wave chart in front of me, and as you can see, it's apart from the violation they got on the 27th, there was nothing there. Sent the 2 volunteers in, and they said they'd been served. It was like, that really surprised me, because I know the establishment, and they usually run a tight ship.
So you just charged 1 instead of 2.
That's right.
Either of you like to make any closing remarks?
I'm sorry?
Would you, either one of you like to make any closing remarks before we
That is the closing remark. I'm sorry.
It's not going to happen ever again.
I don't know what else. It's embarrassing.
With that, colleagues, testimony and evidence has been presented and closed. You've all heard the comments by the licensee as well as our inspector. And with the record speaks for itself. My impressions of the establishment has always been it's typical of a local bar with local people. Do the best job they can. It's
I've been there.
unfortunate as my colleagues and inspectors and everybody up here knows, the thing that really irritates me about sales to minors is when they see that vertical license and still sell them. But that's human nature, I guess. With that, Commissioner Barnhart, you were going to say something?
Well, I was just going to agree with you, Mr. Chairman, that I have, although I'm not a frequent customer, I have had some really good hamburgers at TJ's Corner. I think on Hamburger Night.
When we used to have it.
Yeah, I've been there a few times, and I have the same impression that it's well run. I'll just make a few comments and then turn it over to my fellow commissioners. Your record is not just excellent; it's remarkable. And it's
Thank you.
outstanding. There've been a lot of compliance checks since 2014, and you've passed them all. So it looks like you failed the 14th compliance check since 2014. You probably have close to, if not the best record in that regard that I've come across in a long time. I think maybe we might have had one licensee who went maybe 23 or 25 years without a violation, and then she had her first. So this is your first, and clearly you take this seriously about underage service, and I imagine also over-serving people. You run a professional establishment, and I commend you for it. And I think after we hear from the rest of the commissioners, I will be prepared to make a motion. I do feel that because your record is so outstanding, and you clearly care about not serving people you shouldn't serve, I think, speaking for myself, I think that the board should take recognition of that in the final disposition of the case. But there are other commissioners here who might want to speak and opine. So
Thank you.
Mr. Mulvaney?
I can agree with everything George said. It's, like you say, your record speaks for yourself. Only thing I would recommend, maybe get with Keith and get some more signage about vertical IDs. That's not the only time I've heard that I didn't know that was a vertical ID. Other than that, like I said, I think you guys have done, I can tell just by your demeanor that you're there probably 24/7 and really truly care about the business and the community. So other than more signage and maybe new people that come on, give them a little, heads up, this is what's going on. Please don't ever make me go in front of the board again.
Yeah, and I'm dragging you with me in chains.
And that being said, I will turn it back over to Commissioner Barnhart.
I would just like to make a few general comments. Usually in violations, our licensees are questioned as to what type of training do they make available for their employees? How often are they trained? What amount of signage has been placed? Various things such as that, in spite of how long a person has had a license. We often talk about consistency and so on and so forth, and If we're gonna be consistent, we have to be consistent. When we look at each individual's case on its own merits, but with general accepted things, logbooks, and so on and so forth. Do you all have a logbook?
We have a what, I'm
A
sorry?
logbook?
We had one, I'm not sure, I haven't seen it in a while. We have it for incidents, but we don't really have any incidents, so we haven't had to pull it out.
I'm quite sure Tina has one behind the
Yeah,
bar.
but Tina would know where that is.
Behind the bar.
I have no other further comments.
I'm prepared to make a motion, Mr. Chairman. Based on your outstanding record. Again, Chairman speaks about consistency, and generally what we do on the first offense is fine the licensee $300 for that offense. However, there is precedent in this board, since I've been on it, for someone with a long-standing series of successful compliance checks, talking about years and years, close to decades, and they have their first compliance failure. I know that this board has imposed a fine and imposed a suspension of that fine. And I feel you fall in that category. So therefore, I will make a motion in case 6459 that we find the licensee in violation of a sale to an underage volunteer and impose a $300 fine and suspend $150 of that fine in recognition of your record and your efforts for the past many years, conditioned upon no further violations in a 2-year period from the date of this hearing.
Thank you.
There's a second to the motion?
I second that motion.
Motion's been properly made and seconded that we find the licensee culpable and issue a fine, excuse me, of $300, of which $150 will be suspended if there are no violations within the next 2-year period. Is that what you said?
2 years from today's hearing.
From today's hearing. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Mr. Leach, we find you culpable of violation of a sale to a minor, and a fine of $300 is assessed, of which $150 will be suspended if there are no violations within 2 years from this date.
Thank you. Where do I pay my fine?
30 days,
Okay.
which to satisfy the fine upon official receipt from our office.
So
Can I
you
just
send
bring the-
something to us?
Any questions?
Fine to you? Okay. All my questions have been answered.
Congratulations on your record. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You guys have a good day.
Thank you.
Stay out of trouble. And stay out of my neighborhood. I'll see you later. Take care. I'll stop by. I know, I need to. Take care, guys. Take care now.
Safeway.
I went there for lunch.
Okay.
That area 140 was open. Once you get past this area.
You mean heading west?
I was going to call Mission Barbecue around 11, see if they're open.
Oh, you going out there?
We talked about going lunch today.
Okay, let's do some business. Our next case is what, 15 minutes?
Yes.
First item of the business meeting is approval of minutes from July the 12th, which you all should have received and probably got in front of you. Any corrections or additions? Hearing none, approved as presented. One-day liquor license application for an outdoor event from Mission 1042, Inc. to hold the Maryland Summer Fest on August 26th at the Carroll County Farm Museum. Who's Mission 1042?
They support fire departments and police departments in their mission, give them supplies and items that they can't afford, usually through the budget process.
Is it a local outfit?
Yes, local outfit. This is the second year, this is the third year they've had this event. They had it last year, and then they had to go a year off of COVID. It's a real good turnout, real good event.
At the Maryland Summerfest, are they selling alcohol there?
Yes.
So this is separate and apart from the fest?
No, that's the whole, that is the festival. The Maryland Summerfest is the festival you're approving.
Oh, I thought we already approved. They didn't come before us, the Summerfest?
No. Last year,
So the whole Summerfest is being sponsored by Mission 1042?
correct.
Oh.
And Venom Athletics is the other for-profit company who
Sorry,
runs it.
what?
Venom Athletics is the for-profit company who hosts it all, runs it.
Who?
Venom Athletics, like the snake venom,
What have they got to do with this?
they're part of it also.
Are they a private organization?
No,
They're not?
nope. The Mission 1042 is the nonprofit.
Where's the other outfit?
I believe Westminster it should be on the application.
Oh, this is the other outfit you just mentioned there that's part of it.
Westminster also. They're both Carroll County. They're both Carroll County.
Both Carroll County.
Yes. Yep.
So there's supposed to be an attached map?
Yeah, it should be.
I read that thing. You're looking for where they're gonna serve?
I'm looking for the map.
Yeah, I didn't see the map either.
I don't have anything else.
It said, the letter says like attached as a map.
Oh, what I read, I thought they had a mute.
They're supposed, I can print, I can show you the map there. It's a,
When they serve alcohol at the Farm Museum,
Could I finish with that? Thanks.
do they have a designated area where they must drink? Or can they
No.
carry
They
it
can-
all over all over the grounds?
just like they do for the Wine Festival, just like they do for, what's the other one they do out there?
Well, the wine festival's not our purview, right? That's.
Correct, but all the festivals out there, they do use the same, anything inside the fenced-in area.
What it says here, the map should have a beer and wine garden.
Right, but that's what it comes out of.
Well, my question to you is simply this, what he just said. These fire companies and beer festivals and so forth they have a designated area and they can't take the drinks out of that area.
To the fire departments like that, they want to, since it's a family event, the young kids, they want to try to keep a controlled area. It's up to the board to describe, most of the time, first-time events, I ask them to do a small area to see how it goes, and then if they want to expand the footprint, they come to you next year to expand the footprint. This footprint's worked twice already, and it's worked out well.
Well, twice already, has there been a confined area as required by our rules?
No. It is defined area, it's in the fenced-in area of the farm museum.
Well, that's damn near from the hospital to the Ag Center.
Correct.
And when you have a wine festival there, we don't have any say about that, but this is something different. This is something that is under our purview, and our rule requires a confined area, but you say that the farm museum, the entire farm museum is fenced, right?
Correct, yes. And they have security, they have ID checkers, they have volunteers, that monitor the beer areas and monitor throughout the festival. I knew it was.
So they're describing a beer and wine garden which I guess is a subset of the museum, right? That's a separate area, the garden?
No.
No?
It can be different. The beer and wine area encompasses the whole fenced-in area.
Okay, so in this request, they're describing a beer and wine garden.
Okay.
So what they're describing is the entire farm museum. Is that,
Yes, that's what it should be saying. It should be saying to describe the whole fenced-in area of the farm museum.
So where are they gonna set up shop?
I'm looking for that map. I can't find that map that shows everything. There should be multiple locations for beer, I do believe, and wine. Because they bring vendors in.
so there'll be breweries and wineries there selling
Correct.
at different locations throughout the museum. And the responsibility for checking,
Is handled by security when they walk in through the front gate.
I know, but what I'm saying is this responsibility for checking
Checking the IDs,
IDs and wristbands is on the vendors, the various vendors who are there.
What, no.
No?
Checking the IDs is up to the security at the front gate who issues the wristbands. The wristbands would, and then the vendors have to make sure that people have the wristbands on to be served. They don't check, they can check IDs, but they usually don't check IDs.
Right, so all wineries, breweries will be responsible to look for the wristbands that are over 21 and not served. So the responsibility is on the vendors.
Oh, yes. It's the same thing if you walk at Johansson's and the doorman cards you, and you give a fake ID or doesn't card you, and you walk up and the bartender serves you, ultimately, if it's a violation, it goes to the server.
Yeah, but Johansson's doesn't have, Johansson's is one vendor. Here, we're talking about multiple vendors.
Well, I'm just saying, right, ultimately, it's the last person who touches the alcohol, if it's underage, that's who gets.
They're responsible.
Right. Just like any place that works with doorman or security.
So if a vendor sells to an underage, who gets the violation?
The vendor does.
The licensee doesn't?
Nope. Now, if the vendor is working for the licensee, then yes, then the licensee will. But if it's Ligonor will get the violation. If it's there, if they have if the Stroll, Westminster Oyster Stroll, they have vendors, but also they also sell beer and wine by the Westminster Rec Department. So if the violation comes out from there, they would get the violation. If it comes from the vendor would get the violation. Make sense?
The bigger area you have, the more chance you have somebody getting alcohol for 18-year-olds.
And they do a good job with security walking through, monitoring that.
So this is the third time that this event
Yes.
is taking place? And you've attended the previous ones?
Yes.
And you're happy with how things went?
Very much so.
Okay.
I'll be attending this one also.
I have no objection then.
I have no objection.
Okay, a one-day liquor license application for an outdoor event from the town of Mount Airy to hold a town block party. Celebrate Mount Airy on August 26th at 110 South Main Street in downtown Mount Airy. That whole area in Carroll County?
Yes, it's on the Carroll County side of Main
Any
Street.
objection?
No.
No.
This is they've had this one multiple years.
See that?
Dan, can we take just like a 3-minute break?
Yeah, as soon as we do this one, okay?
I have no objection.
You object?
No objection.
Okay. Reese, real quick, Joe, you don't have, while you're getting up. Priest wants a permit to have the big money event on their parking lot, which they've had for years. Any objections?
No objection.
We'll now take a 3-minute break. In session. We have a letter of resignation from John Applig asking to be removed from CNR pub license that was received on August 1st.
So does that mean effective?
Somebody else on the license?
Yeah. It's a Maryland resident. Brian
Brian Naylor.
Naylor.
Yes.
No,
I skipped one, anyway.
You skipped one.
I'd say
Yeah, I know.
we accept the letter, yeah.
Okay, we accept that letter. We got a letter from Liquidity Ale Works requesting use of their parking lot for a fundraising chili cook-off to benefit Mount Airy Net on September 2nd. What's Mount Airy Net?
Do not know. Basically, they have outdoor area that the board has previously approved. They want to make it a little bit bigger. They're expecting more people.
So the chili cook-off is something that we've approved before, the event.
I don't think so, no.
Okay. So,
It's a fundraiser for whatever Mount Airy Net is.
have you communicated with the people putting this on?
I've talked to Liquidity Airworks about what they're going, fencing and everything, and they're comfortable with it.
You're comfortable with
Yes,
it?
they don't have to put a one-day, they cannot actually do a one-day license because they already have a license on that premises. You can't have two licenses on a premise.
Oh, so this is not,
Liquidity Airworks has a Class D brewery license.
So-
And part,
so they're specifically requesting expansion of the footprint.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
For just that one day. You
yes.
already approved in the original meeting area, but now they want a bigger area.
Okay. I have no objection.
No objection. Mount Airy Net is a food bank.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we have our 1045 case 6460. Mr. Dixon, if you will call that case, please.
Case 6460, in the matter of a Class A beer, wine, and liquor license issued to Shilpa Patel for the use of Shilpa Inc., trading as Ye Old Packaged Goods, 887 Sandusky Road, Sykesville, Maryland, 21784, violation hearing sale to a minor. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. A, delivery of notice for this hearing, June 28, 2023, letter delivered by hand on June 29, 2023, received by Armit Patel. There's a June 28, 2023 letter from Joe Vance to Shilpa Patel. And then there is a alcohol compliance violation sheet completed and signed by Inspector Pullen, June 27th, 2023. Then there is a notice of violation for selling alcohol to persons under 21 under the letterhead Haven and Shoemaker, State's Attorney, and signed by Armit Patel. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. At this time, I would ask all those who intend to testify in the case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
You may be seated, and may I request, before anyone testifies, as they testify to the microphone in front of them, please state your name and address and spell your name for the record, please. With that, Inspector Pullen, you are going to present the case, I believe?
I shall be, yes. Good morning again. Inspector Jim Pullen, Board of License Commissioners for Carroll County Inspector, address of 225 North Centre Street, Westminster, Maryland. The case is that on the 27th of June 2023 at approximately 2:21 p.m. in the afternoon, I sent two underage volunteers, aged 18 and 17 years respectively, into Ye Old Packaged Goods with the intention of purchasing alcoholic beverages. They were served with a 6-pack of Natural Light, an alcoholic beverage. Only one of the volunteers took possession of the alcohol, the other one was just there to observe, I'll point out. Upon my entry, I then spoke to the clerk, Mr. Amit Patel, who was also the manager of that establishment, and informed him of the underage sale. The volunteer told me that Mr. Patel didn't ask him for any ID, and Mr. Patel knows it's an offence to serve underage persons with alcoholic beverages. And he is alcohol service trained. All the above occurred in Sykesville, Carroll County, Maryland. And from our records, both the waive sheet, there's been 3 prior violations within the last 5 years. Is that right, Keith? Yeah. And I'd like to make a submission to provide 3 photographs for evidence, which I have shown Mr. Patel previously.
We'll accept them into evidence.
Thank you.
That one in there too, also.
From the file, there was a further violation in 2015, so that would make 4 within the last
The year.
8 years. Nothing further at this
What
point.
was that date?
Date of the offence, or the
The fourth offense.
that was the 4th of November 2015. That would be case number 5895.
And for the English version of it, November 14th, 2015,
I mean, the American version.
American version.
The hearing was held in September on our wave chart of
Right.
2015. Yeah.
Violation was in November.
Well,
By our, it's not on- that one's not on the wave chart. In the folder, we keep the violation, the hearing date of the one on November 4th, 2015. That was when the hearing date was.
The
And we
actual
had another one-
violation probably was a month earlier.
August 8th, 2018, and November 18th, 2020, for the hearing dates.
so on our wave chart is the violation date.
Yes, the wave chart's the violation date. What I just read you is the hearing dates.
Right.
That's how Joe records them. We've been told to make sure we put these in on record.
Yeah. So on our wave chart, we have, going back to, the earliest is September 23rd, 2015 violation date. That's the first of 4 on our chart. I have it right
The old
here.
package good? I mean, how, you might,
The old package goods.
it stops in July 27, 2016.
I have a older one. I have a more complete one than you have.
Okay, because we only give you the
Yeah,
current
you-
5 years.
Right. But that's not a rule. It's just
Right,
a.
no,
yeah,
I agree.
something we do.
Okay, we've accepted these into evidence. Mr. Pullen has presented the case on behalf of the commission. Mr. Patel, you want to tell us what happened? Don't forget, state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Amit Patel, 887 Sandusky Road, Sykesville, MD 21784. The day I sold it to the minor, there's no excuse for that. I made a mistake, but I was all by myself at the store. I had a delivery, and I was doing some ordering also on my phone. And 95% we get customers are regular, so I know them. I looked at the customer. I saw his face, but for some reason it just didn't strike me at all to ask the ID. But generally, it's not that I don't ask ID. I've asked ID for so many other people. Like a couple of months ago, there was a kid who was underage with a vertical ID trying to buy liquor, and we stopped doing that. I didn't serve him. And we also get some duplicate IDs also, like the fake IDs, sometimes from Pennsylvania, Delaware, which we don't have also not served to them too. But that day when he came there, but I have no excuse at all what happened, and I just didn't strike me at all to ask that. Even though I looked at his face, and I knew that he was something new, but for some reason, I don't know, my mind was occupied by doing some ordering on the phone because I had a 4 o'clock cutoff for Southern, and it didn't click me at all that to ask the ID. It just slipped out of my mind. But we do check IDs. I do check IDs, and I make sure that I don't do that. But that day, for some reason, Like I said, I've checked so many IDs with fake IDs from Delaware, Pennsylvania, which we don't serve at all. And even like the other day, there was another, and that day when I had the kid who was under 21 with a vertical ID, I thought that was the inspector who sent him in there, but it was not him, because I didn't receive a letter from the county saying that you had passed, so I assume it was not from there, but.
I'm sorry. Can you tell us that again? So someone tried to inspect you?
No, I thought that was the guy, that was the kid who the inspector must have sent him in. When I ID'd him, he had a vertical ID. And he didn't say anything at all when I asked him the ID, and I told him, you have vertical ID, how can you just come in and try to buy the alcohol? And he just walked out, so I thought it might be a.
Oh, I see. So you're describing a successful
exactly.
Stop of a underage purchase. Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I thought, but it was not, but then.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Patel, you're not the licensee?
No, my wife is the licensee.
Do we not require licensees to appear? Have you personally been involved in an underage sale prior to this one?
No, the previous 3 ones they said was, I think, all 3 were from my employees. Yeah.
Did you say you had a delivery?
No, yeah, delivery coming in.
Oh, delivery coming in?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And I was all by myself. I had to check the deliveries, and then I was also on the phone doing my ordering too for the cutoff before 4 o'clock. And then he just walked in, and I just took care of him. And
How many employees do you have?
I don't have an employee. I just have a part-time employee. I'm having difficult times with employees right now.
So it's basically you and maybe a part-time person?
Part-time, and he comes and goes because he drives an Uber, so he tells me that he makes more money over there, so he just comes a part-time, he does that. Basically, I try to call him in the evening, so he's more free in the evening, so daytime he wants to drive Uber, so he's more free in the evening, so. And my wife also helps me, but right now, my daughter just had a baby 3 weeks ago, so she's helping her in Virginia right now. So she was also not there at the store. Normally she's there, so it makes a difference for me too sometimes.
So how many hours do you spend at the store a week?
I'm there from open to close, mostly 7 days. Even Sundays also I'm there. My wife is there in the morning. She comes later on around 11 o'clock, and she helps me a little bit out, and then she leaves in the evening at 4 o'clock.
And what kind of training have you had regarding management of alcohol sales? Tips, TAM certified, anything like that?
TAM certified.
You are?
Yeah. Mhm.
So are we able to impose on a licensee that's not present to defend and/or speak
I
on their
mean,
own?
that's really, it's a Tim question, and then Tim can toss it back to us if he wants, but,
Well, I would say that you would need to get the inspectors to do a violation, and, we had to give her notice of hearing. We had to go through all that to violate her for that.
right. So in order to violate her for not being here, there's a lot more involved than just
You
today's
just can't
hearing.
do it now. There might be an explanation. I mean, if she's out of the state,
Right,
we
right,
already
right.
know she's out of the state, but she's taking care of her grandchild, so.
Okay,
But there'd have to be a violation, the charges would have to
right,
be
right,
made.
right, right, okay.
The question is, we can still
We
impose.
can still impose, that was my question.
Whether she's here or not.
Gotcha, that was my question.
That's my feeling.
Okay.
How long have you had the store, Mr. Patel?
It's almost 12 years now.
12 years?
Yeah.
And our records show, the earliest violation that our records show is back in 2015. Does that sound right to you?
Mm-hmm.
So before that, you didn't have any violations, is that correct?
I'm not exactly sure what it is, but I think what he said, the 3 violations I had, I'm aware of that. I don't know exactly which year and what date it was. I'm not sure about that. But yeah, the 215, I'm pretty sure about that one because one of my employee had sold to, and I was here with him. I remember that.
Is this the first time you've appeared before this board for a violation hearing?
I was here last time when my employee sold to a minor. I was with him
Okay.
at that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess my question is, before September 23rd of 2015, you owned the store?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that your first violation?
Yeah.
Was that your first
Uh-huh.
violation during the time you've owned the
During
store?
the time.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. So our records indicate that there's
He's going to get a file.
4 violations in 8 years. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Inspector, has there been a follow-up?
Not yet, no. I was going to go out on Monday.
Well, don't warn him.
Oh, he been just this past Monday.
I was going to go out this past Monday, but the weather got in the way, so I didn't.
Okay. And do you have signage in the store?
Yes, I do. I have a signage outside on the door, the main door.
What does it say?
It's a vertical picture sticker, which I think was given by Keith. And it was, I have put it on the window, and then inside, when they come inside, I have a shield right in front of the counter. I have it on the shield too, saying the same thing, that we don't serve to minors and all the stuff. And then
Okay. I'm sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
So on the front door, you have a sign that says, "We don't accept vertical licenses"?
Vertical license, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you have the same sign in the store?
Same in store, and also I have written by hand saying that we don't accept vertical IDs, and we do need to check IDs under 35.
Okay, under 35. So that's your policy.
Yeah,
Let's say store policy, but it sounds like you're the store.
yeah.
And you testified earlier that you have recently prevented an underage sale?
Underage sale, right, yeah. I have like the one who was with the vertical ID, and I have so many, even like 2 days ago, I had a kid coming in with a fake ID from Pennsylvania, which,
How did you detect it was fake?
I mean, he had a very baby face, and everything was, okay, he had a picture on the ID, I asked him the birth date he said was right, I checked the height, but I still didn't feel like it was him, and I scanned it also in my,
Lottery?
ID thing, it said on that, he was 21 years old and 65 days, but I still said no to him because I didn't feel like it was, hey.
Do you keep a logbook for those type of incidences? Like every time you denied somebody sale, do you have a logbook where you write that down and say, I turned down a vertical ID, I turned away a fake ID?
No, ma'am, I don't have that records.
Your other part-time employee, is he TIPS or TAMS certified?
Yes, he's TAM certified. He's been with me for he used to work with me for a full time at the same store. And he was also violated one time, last time when I was with him. And after that, he just after the pandemic, he just started driving Uber. And since then, he thinks that he's making more money driving Uber. So he just does part-time with me now. So before that, he was a full-timer. But he says he can make more money driving Uber, and he can do it in his own free time and all that. And I'm still looking for good help, but I just cannot find one at all. I do get all these kids coming who wants to work, but I really don't want them hiring them and then them selling it to minors and again having an issue with that. So I said I'd rather just work by myself right now until I find somebody genuine.
What are store hours during the week?
It's 9:30 to 9.
And you're usually there that entire time?
Yeah.
As I recall, it's kind of a small store, right?
It's a small store. It's like 1,400 square feet store.
Dr. Mulvaney, you have any?
No.
I don't have any further questions.
Dr. Benfer, you got another,
Inspector Keith Benford, Board of License Commission. I pulled the previous case, 6258, and through our records and through the church, Amit Patel is their server for the last violation that occurred.
I think that was like 2 years ago, I guess. Last time?
Yes,
I don't remember that, recalling.
on 8/25/2020.
22?
2020.
27. I was worried once before.
do you have the?
I can make a motion to add this to the folder, to the file.
We'll accept it in evidence.
Okay, sorry.
What I want to know, who the server was in 23?
Amit Patel was the server in 23.
Mr. Patel.
This gentleman.
This
In
gentleman.
this current
Who was the
case,
server in August of 20?
Amit Patel, the same gentleman.
I was like 3 times. And I was once before, I remember once before, I don't know.
Have you been through the diversion program? Did you go through, did the state's attorney's office contact you, and have you go through the diversion program?
No, not yet.
Who was the server in 18?
It was not Amit Patel. We looked that up, and I did not pull that file.
Who you got there now, 15?
No, I got 20,
2020.
August of 2020.
So Mr. Patel was the server both times, the last 2?
Yes. And 18, he was not. I don't know the name, but I know he was not the server in 18 or 15, because we looked that up previously.
Did he ask for an ID on that file?
The clerk did not ask for ID from the volunteer. The volunteer was 19 years old. The volunteer bought Berry Fusion Pucker.
Yeah, I remember that one.
So in the file you're looking at, Mr. Benford, the fine we assessed was $1,200?
Yes, that's correct.
And that would normally be what we do on the third offense?
Correct. You guys want to see the file?
I don't need to see it.
Yeah, you asked to be accepted, and it was accepted.
Mr. Patel, do you have any thoughts about what you're going to do in the future to prevent this from happening again?
I just have to be more careful. Just like not to hurry up or do anything of that. I've done everything like putting stickers on the door, like not serving ID. We don't serve IDs and all that stuff. I have a thing also to check IDs. We check to a machine that we do put the IDs in there and check it also. Through that too. But it's personally just me or my employees have to make sure that we don't do this again.
But
Because,
your staff is just you and a part-time person right now?
and my wife also part-time.
Oh, right, that's what I'm sorry. Is she
She's
alcohol
also,
management trained?
yeah, TAM, she's also TAM pass.
And if you read that file, in that file, he said he does admit to being the owner of the establishment in that file. So I don't know if his wife was here last year.
Well, he may be the owner, not necessarily the licensee. So, I guess that's possible.
Any other questions
No. No, sir.
from anybody? With that, Evidence and testimony is closed. Would there be any closing statements, Inspector Pullen?
No, sir.
Mr. Patel, do you have any final comments you'd like to make?
No, sir. All I can say is I'll be more careful in future. I don't come back over here again. No guns.
With that, testimony and evidence is, final comments are received, and this is closed. We will now dispute or discuss the merits of the case.
Mr. Chairman, there are some significant facts and evidence. I think one is that this is the fourth violation in 8 years, which is, from our perspective, not good. And you probably know that one of our chief concerns, if not our chief concern, is public safety, and that includes no underage sales and no over-serving of alcohol. So this board takes this very seriously, and when someone comes before us and they have multiple violations, especially a pattern or a record of multiple violations, it's a big concern here. And it wasn't that long ago we had a licensee who had 4 violations in a 5-year period. And in that case, we assessed the maximum fine. And in that case, we also added, if you have any more violations in 2 years, there's going to be a lengthy suspension. As I just mentioned, we can't fine any more than $2,000, but we can suspend or revoke. I don't think that, a suspension or revocation is appropriate in this case, but I think the maximum fine is. And your last fine was $1,200, and that wasn't all that long ago. I think it's probably also appropriate to consider in the sanction that if this happens again in a certain period of time, that you might find yourself with a suspension, which in your case would be very hard on your business, because all your business is retail sales of alcoholic beverages. You're not a restaurant.
Right.
So that would be something that, if I were you and licensee, I would find that to be very threatening and intimidating, and I would want to do everything I possibly could to make sure this doesn't happen again. It's good that you have the training you have, and I understand it's a small store and that you're worked very hard, and it's also understand it's hard to find what you feel is competent assistance. But nevertheless, the licensee who's not here, but we understand why. Nevertheless, the licensee is ultimately responsible, and you probably have an ownership interest in the business, a substantial one, and those are my thoughts. I think it's important that this not happen again, for the benefit of our community and also for your benefit. Those are my thoughts, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mulvaney?
I agree with Commissioner Barnhart when he referenced the last case that had 4 violations. It was within a 5-year period. I know yours goes back 8 years, but unfortunately, you haven't been able to go more than 3 years without a violation, so the violations are continuous. This is actually your second violation for the same reason of not even asking for an ID. That might be something you want to address moving forward. That being said, I'd be ready to make a motion if it's okay with the chairman.
I'd just like to make a couple comments before a motion's in order.
Absolutely.
My initial thoughts in this case would be a direct suspension in addition to a fine immediately. 2 violations by the same person within a 3-year period with no asking for ID. indicates a pattern to me that I don't like. 16, 17-year-old people apparently are afforded the opportunity to purchase alcohol. And while I can appreciate his comments about it's pretty much a one-man shop, that responsibility falls on the licensee and the owner. If you're in business, most people and most companies have a business plan. And apparently, this is just a 8 to 5 operation or whatever it is by a husband and wife. And I think it's serious. The pattern is about every 2 years we have a violation. And if you all have heard me say, I have no sympathy for somebody who violates a law when they do not ask for identification. And they look, and it's a vertical ID, and they still serve. So my thoughts are a little bit more serious than what your comments seem to indicate, but I would entertain a motion.
I appreciate your input in the matter, Mr. Chairman. In the case of 6440 violation, sale to a minor, I find you culpable of the actions. I would make a motion to impose a $2,000 fine with a caveat of if there are no other violations within a 3-year period, that you would then be imposed a 10-day suspension of your license if it happens again.
Second to the motion?
I'll second the motion.
Motion's been properly made and seconded that we find the licensee culpable and issue a fine of $2,000 and a 10-day suspension upon a violation that would occur within the next 3 years for sales to a minor. Is that your motion?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Yep.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Mr. Patel, we find you culpable of sales to a minor and assess a fine of $2,000 with the caveat that if a future sale to a minor occurs in your establishment within the next 3 years, in addition to any adjudication that may occur as a result of that fine, an automatic 10-day suspension of your license would occur. You have within 30 days of official notice to satisfy the $2,000 fine. You understand the decision?
Yes, sir.
You understand that
Yes,
if another
I do.
violation occurs to sales to a minor by anybody in your store within the next 3 years, that you will have an automatic 10-day suspension plus whatever any other penalty would be assessed for that sale. You understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That concludes case 6460. This time, I'd ask Mr. Dixon if he'll call our next case 6461, please.
All right, case 6461, an application for a new Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Susan R. Rill for the use of Schnick Inc., trading as Dutchess Corner, 3154 Main Street, Manchester, Maryland, 21102, in Election District 6. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. A notice of public hearing, July 28th, 2023. A response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Michelle Wildner, Zoning Administration. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. There's a July 21st, 2023 notice of public hearing for this case. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Lisa Staley Health Department. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from Belinda Gassell, Collections Office. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. And then there is an application, and the application includes
June 5th, 2024, alcohol training seminar. Wednesday.
notice of public hearing. Well, there's a July 11th, 2023 letter from Joe Vance to Susan L. Rill in reference to this case. And then there's an application. The application includes articles of organization, charter references, SDAT information, criminal background information, MVA record, workman's comp insurance, corporate minutes, financial information, lease, floor plan, other licensed establishments, and a menu. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. This time, I would ask all those who intend to testify, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Be seated. May I ask that before each of you testify the first time, please state your full name and address for the record and spell your last name. With that,
Relax. It'll be fun. Relax.
you're Susan Rill, I take it?
Yes, sir. My name's Susan L. Rill, R-I-L-L, 3154 Main Street, Manchester, Maryland, 21102.
You are the applicant.
I am, and I'm the owner of Dutch Corner Restaurant.
What do you want to tell us about it? Why you want a liquor license?
This is my 23rd year at Dutch Corner Restaurant. We've been open serving breakfast and lunch for all 23 years. During the COVID pandemic, we realized with Manchester being a bedroom community that we have a whole new market of customers in Manchester that we weren't serving. One of 3 restaurants in Manchester, only one serves alcohol. And so with the restaurant closing at 2, we're leaving a gap. So we're looking to expand into evening hours and provide a full service restaurant serving drinks. We're not opening a bar. We're not going to be open late hours at night. We just want to complement our meals with some drinks. It would also allow me to expand into some of the evening hours for family reunions, more in-house caterings. When Dean's Restaurant closed, they used to have a lobster night, which was very popular, to do events like that. And having alcohol would enhance that. Throughout my time at Dutch Corner. As I grew up and in the community, we've always supported Catherine's cause. So we're not looking to get into, the building has a history of having Mother Martins and squirrelies, and that's not where we're going. Heard some crazy stories over the past couple years. We'd like to just extend our service into evenings. We have the ice cream shop open from 4 to 9. We've already been, in the 2 months we've had it open, having requests for more dinner items, an extended menu from the sandwiches and pretzels and hot dogs we offer now. And just to reach out to more of our community.
Do you have experience with alcohol?
Prior to my time at Dutch Corner, yes, I've worked in a franchise, La Madeleine French Bakery and Cafe. It was in the DC region. That wasn't a bar atmosphere. It was a dining or casual dining where we offered beer and wine. Finley's American Restaurant, which was in Allentown. We had no bar, but full service, alcohol service. And Cool Font Resort in Berkeley Springs, West Virginia, which has recently reopened. That was bar and full restaurant that I managed.
When you say "we," you mean you were an employee or owner or a manager or?
At La Madeleine, I was general manager. Finley's American Restaurant, I was manager. And Cool Font Resort, I was the front of house manager.
Okay, thank you.
How many employees do you have currently?
22.
Are any of them certified to serve alcohol at this time?
Not up to date. I have asked Keith next month to host a service training meeting to get my staff certified, and I was going to offer to host it at Dutch Corner because we have a closed dining room, a private dining room. And I wouldn't start service until my staff is trained.
Well, you have to.
Susan is trained herself.
I am
She-
trained, yes.
That's what this certificate is?
No.
Oh, no.
She's got one there.
She came,
Okay. The award of recognition, alcohol retail seminar, what is that all about? Is that for attending our seminar?
yes. When Susan approached me back at the library, June? May?
Beginning of
Yeah.
June.
She's been on the ball. She's been to the seminar, she's been to the training, she's asked me a lot of questions. I've looked at the place, it's adequate to hold a beer, wine, liquor license. She mainly talked about beer and wine, but she did say she might do some specialty drinks, mimosas, Bloody Marys. She's not gonna have much liquor, but just enough if she wants to do something special.
You're telling me that you was never in her restaurant before she approached you?
Oh, I didn't say that.
You intimidated that.
I've been in there to eat for breakfast, yes, but she probably didn't recognize me at the time when I was in there.
Do you have an event room that you would use?
We actually, now we do, thanks to the grant money we received from the county during COVID, because we were able to, the restaurant, the building itself is 1848 for the foundation. The original part of the restaurant was 50 seats in one section of the restaurant, but we have 3 sections. So on the third section, which is on the north side, we installed wooden sliding doors to close off for an event section, and then like our front dining room, if somebody's doing a baby shower, we can close that off to use. The ice cream shop is in a little separate section on the north side, which used to be Gino's Barber Shop back in the day.
Have you already extended your hours into the evening?
We have the ice cream shop open 4 to 9. We've been doing monthly dinners and just special events, St. Patrick's Day, Valentine's Day,
But your intention is to do more than that into the evening?
to build to that.
Well, too, okay. When you say monthly dinners, what do you mean exactly?
Well, for St. Patrick's Day, we did corned beef and cabbage. You know, we opened from 5 to 8:30, 5 to 9. Customers would call, make reservations, come in and dine.
And this license would help you expand that market,
Yes,
your dinner market,
yes,
which is a main reason that you're thinking about this, right?
correct.
And you would testify that the restaurants around you, or restaurants serving the community, what, Dean's, you say it closed?
Dean's was in Hampstead, yes.
Did they do this similar thing that you're looking to do with your market
They were
share?
open full-service lunch and dinner. They also had the bar with the bar and after the later hours, the late-night bar.
Ah.
But one thing Dean had in the community was just, it was a great place to go for family dinners. And that's a gap that we're looking to fill.
I see, yeah.
What do you anticipate your hours of operation will be once you get to the point where you're dinner every night, possibly?
I don't think I'll do every night. We'll probably start with Friday, Saturday, building to Thursday, Friday, Saturday, seeing what the demand is. But no, with opening at 5 a.m., you know, we do the breakfast 5 a.m. to 2 p.m. 3, maybe 4 nights is probably the max we would do. Other nights of the week, if families wanted to have, like if Sunday night, if family wanted to have a reunion or a rehearsal dinner, you know, we could do open for smaller events, but
Would you hire a bartender and have mixed drinks available, or would you hold that off for special events and have a bartender just attend special events right now?
well, that I learned, I was working part-time at the Elks, and Cindy Potter, who is the bar manager at the Elks, was in charge of doing the special events in their dining room. And so, yes, if I had a special event where it was a rehearsal dinner and they wanted a full bar service, Cindy would be the first person I would ask to come and do that. So that would be bringing in a fully trained person, or it would be myself.
Right now, you're just thinking in terms of special events to have mixed drinks available, or is that wrong?
If I held a special event and they were, you know, they wanted the full bar, that would be, I guess, an option. Beer and wine would be
That's my question. I'm just trying to get a good picture. You're not going to have a bar,
correct.
but you want to be able to serve alcoholic beverages during dinner, maybe lunch, I guess, maybe even a brunch, I don't know. Mixed drinks, is that something that you're thinking about serving?
If we did mimosas and Bloody Marys for Saturday and Sunday brunch, but it wouldn't be Bloody Marys, mimosas, oh, I want a Captain Morgan and Coke, oh, I want a gin and tonic. It would be specialty drinks.
I see, okay.
It would be a narrow drink menu or a limited drink menu.
Okay. I thought that's what you were thinking about, but I just wanted to get a clearer picture.
Okay, I apologize if I'm
No, you're-
exhausted.
No, you're doing
because
great. Don't
we had
apologize.
A lot of damage from the storm at my parents' farm, so.
And how many employees do you have now? I might have missed that.
22.
Do you plan on getting everybody alcohol management certified, or just
The one
that are going to be serving?
Front of the
Yeah,
house.
right.
serving, which would be our over 21 employees.
Gotcha.
An 18-year-old can serve also.
Okay.
So
Then they're-
your front of house, anybody over 18 that's going to touch alcohol should be certified.
Essentially, it'll be like all your front-of-house people.
Yes,
And you're 100% owner of the company.
correct.
And I noticed in some of the corporate documents, SNCC Inc., the N is capitalized. Is that purposeful?
Yes. My maiden name is Susan Nickerson,
Okay.
and so it was, have a short corporate name. Little did I know it would be the spelling and would be a pain in the butt, but that's what.
It's going to be your policy on the acceptance of vertical IDs.
We're not.
You're you're familiar with what a vertical ID is?
Yes, and after the training, I was discussing it with my staff, and one of my young men, Nate, had a vertical ID. He just got his horizontal, but he was over the age of 21. And I told him the rules and the challenges, and he says, well, I can go in the liquor store and get alcohol. I said, well, do they ID you? And he says, well, yes, they ID me every time, and they scrutinize the ID, but they accept it. But then when he was going to Ocean City with his mom for the weekend, I have some friends of mine, one of my friends opened a bar. And I said, well, when you go down there, say hi to Pete when you go there, and Mark when you go here. And neither of them would let him even sit at the bar with a vertical ID. So Nate learned very quickly how that's no longer accepted.
Can Nate tell our inspectors which liquor store this is that's been serving him?
I mean, they're allowed to serve a vertical ID if they're over 21.
That's not what she said.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, she said he just turned.
Oh, he just turned 21.
Over 21, he hasn't got a new license yet.
Okay, I'm sorry, I
So if
missed
he's
that
over
part.
20, yes. Now, most places don't, but legally, it's allowed, that's a valid ID for over 21 servers. Up to 60 days, or 30 days. 30 days, it expires.
So what about Pennsylvania IDs, which are also vertical, from what I understand, can be up to
years.
26, 23,
4 or
something
5
like
years,
that?
I mean, don't take them.
No vertical. I think that's probably if you have a policy, is to not confuse your employees, to be like, this is what we do, this is what we don't do.
Yes, Keith dropped off the cards to put on the doors, and we're replacing the front doors of the restaurant in the next, well, if the doors ever come in, hopefully in the next 2 weeks, and those will be prominently displayed.
Do you plan on having a handbook-type policy that you'll have your employees sign, knowing what's expected of them and what your policies are going to be for carding, and
Yes,
so that
we
you
are
can document
in
that?
process of updating our handbook now, because there's a lot of new rules that need to be, and our request off policy definitely needs to be ironed out very more definitively. So yes, it will be at an employee meeting and the full handbook signed and dated.
So in addition to no vertical IDs, do you have a thought of what your policy will be for your carding process? A card all, a card under a certain age that you look, which,
I hear a lot of places do if you're a grandparent, but I became a grandmother when I was 37, so we're gonna go with over 40. It's gonna, be a challenge, but it's gonna be more carding than less. And having a limited number of staff, that's my front of house servers, that will be serving, I think we can keep it enclosed very tightly.
Does that diagram, floor plan, show where alcohol is going to be stored or kept?
It does not show it, but we talked about it. It would be in locked cabinets, in the
It doesn't
front.
have a bar, so it won't be set in something.
Right, it's gonna be in a locked cabinet. It's gonna be in, like, the second dining room. I don't know what that area.
The middle dining room.
Yeah, it's very cookie cutter. I mean, it's not, it's like, because it was at one time 4 storefronts combined, but it's gonna be in front of the kitchen
No, that's all right,
area.
I just wondered,
It's gonna be, but it's locked up and
it
secured,
doesn't have
yes.
a bar, I just wondered if it was.
Correct, we
so it would
talked
be
about it,
secure,
and-
That's all.
And then the
That's a
cold box, you're going to have a separate refrigerator, cold box is going to be locked up also.
And you plan on utilizing the outdoor patio also for alcohol sales?
When we get done our renovations on the building, but it wouldn't be till next spring.
How about to go?
Well, Maryland, the rule for alcohol to go has,
No, you're allowed to serve, 10% of your floor space can be used for carryout. You can sell six-packs, cases, and bottles of wine to go.
well, the wine will be in the little bottles, so I don't think people are gonna wanna do carry out, but we're not gonna do
You
too
don't have to.
As-
You don't
as
have to.
As he pointed out, it's available. You don't have to.
Okay,
I was just wondered if you had any intentions of selling beer to go and so on and so forth.
In that respect, no. 6-packs to go, no, because there's the liquor store right down the street. They can go there. If the rule that went into effect during COVID where
That's out. That's out.
if that ever came back into effect, doing adult hot chocolates, adult milkshakes, I particularly enjoyed J&P had sangrias, bottles of sangria to go, so I could bring my pasta dinner home, curl up on the couch and have a sangria, because they have very good sangria. But if that were to come back into effect, then that would be something I would, specialty drinks, but not
Well,
6-packs.
the law would have to be changed to do that. The governor, when the pandemic hit,
Correct.
issued an executive order that drinks could be fixed to go, but that expired June 1st,
July 1st.
July 1st. Any other questions, Ms. Reel?
No.
You have some gentlemen in the back. Are they here to testify on your behalf?
Yes, Andy Davenport and Alex Perricone. And that's Bentley Davenport.
Come to that
Come on up to the microphone.
microphone, state your name and address for the record.
I'm Andy Davenport, Davenport, and I live at 2109 Ebb Vale Road. And this is my son, Bentley Davenport. And Sue is actually Bentley's godmother. So he wanted to be here to support her. I've known Sue 23 years now. I was one of her first month customers at Dutch Corner. I'm a frequenter there, have suggested menu items, and they're very good. She can cook. I have had family Thanksgiving dinners at Dutch Corner. I've had Christmas dinners with my family at Dutch Corner because it's too many people to house at my house. And we worked a menu out, and she was able to provide service for that, and that's worked really well. So expanding into that type of thing would be awesome for her and for Dutch Corner and the Manchester community. I've actually worked at Dutch Corner when I got laid off, and I worked 5 years on Sundays as a server there. Very familiar with the business, the layout, the whole operations of Dutch Corner. I have a 16-year-old son who is currently employed there as a busboy and dishwasher, and he's been there 2 years now, I believe. Started when he was 14. And the one thing that Dutch Corner does is mentors to the kids, to the back of the house kids, to show them responsibility, to show them that when they're out in the public, how to act. And your name is associated with working at Dutch Corner, so be responsible, be respectful. And that's something that today's society does not really teach. So we need to keep on encouraging these young kids. He's got 4 more years, and he's going to be working at Dutch Corner. Want to say something quick?
Is she fit and proper to hold a liquor license?
Say that again?
Is she fit and proper to hold a liquor license?
Yes.
And I agree with that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Perricone?
Good morning, Commission. My name is Alex Perricone, Perricone. I come to you in kind of a dual role today. First of all, as a lifelong Manchester resident, I think Susan and I first met each other somewhere about 10, 11 years old, through church and through growing up and going to school together. I've been a frequenter of Dutch Corner since the days back when Jake and Ann owned the building, which would take it back into the early 70s. Susan is fit and capable of handling a liquor license to establish the business and also further the customers that she gets. It is a staple of our community. My second part is as the Town of Manchester Administrator. I am here to support her. We support our businesses in Manchester. They are a vital part of the community. Susan would be filling a niche that a lot of people don't know we have or have not used. That special event, as she said, the nice evening services that she's done for holidays. That's a nice place for people to go without having to leave town. And again, anything that bolsters our Main Street business is a concern of the town, and the town has confidence in Dutch Corner that they will conduct themselves properly. I thank you for the chance to speak this morning. Have a great day.
So you feel she's a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
Absolutely, sir.
Thank you. Any other questions of Israel? I have one question.
Yes, sir.
This will go beyond your time, and maybe the town manager's. What's the guy's name, a little short guy's? I thought his first name was George, that had Dutch's Corner 50 years ago.
George Essex.
George Ethick, thank you.
Yes, sir. He was my
I've
neighbor.
been trying to think of that since the last time I went through Manchester about a month ago. George Ethick.
And George's nickname was Dutch,
Right,
and so that's how it became Dutch Corner.
right.
That does go way back, sir.
And was it Sterling, not Sterling Lease, that owned the Shell station just below your establishment years ago?
The golf station at the north end of town.
No, it's right below Dutch Corner there. Cross,
That's the Roten's own well, it was a BP station.
yeah,
Yes, Doug Roten, the son, still owns it.
still owns it, okay, thank you. Has nothing to do with the case at hand.
I still buy my gas there.
And I can see one of your names on here was a minister, so I think he feels she's a fit and proper person.
Sam Chamberlain?
Sam, yeah. Yes, sir.
I have recently lost my job and have taken on the responsibility of the care of my 83-year-old mother who has dementia. Currently, she is with my older son. She did not want to come here today. I was trying to get her here, but she was not able to do that today. That allowed me to be a person more involved in my church, and I have now become a lay leader, and I am now currently doing church services from start to finish. So I still say Sue's capable of having a liquor license.
Good, thank you. Any further questions by my colleagues of Ms. Zero?
No.
With that testimony and evidence is closed, we'll summarize before we make a decision. Inspectors, do you have any comments to make?
I do believe Susan will be a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license, and Dutch Corner is a proper location for a liquor license.
Ms. Real, would you like to make any closing comments?
It's an opportunity for us to continue to serve, our community, and that's been one of the foundations of becoming an independent business owner for me, is to participate in the community and do what I can. And I would like to just be able to continue that.
Good. With that, testimony and evidence is closed, and we will now discuss and come to a conclusion. Commissioners, your comments, motions?
It's extremely apparent to me that Mrs. Rule has done her homework. We actually spoke during the seminar where she was putting out feelers. Seems like she spoke to Keith. She has made herself aware of the rules of liquor license ownership. I commend you on doing such a great job for a long time. And I had a breakfast and lunch spot, and I know those 5 a.m. mornings, and I don't think I would ever have wanted to go into the evening too, but good for you. And I'm glad that you're looking forward to the needs of the community. After places have closed and places have suffered, that you're still able to be there and be able to help out in your area. So I absolutely commend you with that. And with all the testimony and the character witness and such, I absolutely find her to be a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license. But I will defer to Commissioner Barnhart at this point.
Well, I embrace all the comments of Commissioner Mulvaney. Clearly, you're a fit and proper person. And I have heard today plenty of reasons to approve, to vote for this application. The expansion of your business plan, I think, is going to be successful and an excellent amenity to the community, as mentioned by some of your witnesses. I think you know what you're doing. You have done a great job in the past. I think you'll continue to do a great job with your future plans. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion at this time if it's appropriate.
Please do.
I move in the case of 6461, which is an application for a new Class B beer, wine, and liquor license, be issued to Susan L. Rill. I move that that application be approved by this board.
Is there a second to the motion?
I wholeheartedly second that motion.
Motion's been properly made and seconded that we approve an application for a new Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Susan L. Rill for the use of Snick Inc., trading as Dutch's Corner, 3154 Main Street, Manchester, Maryland, 21102. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
No.
Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations, Ms. Rill.
Thank you.
It's apparent to me that you have a plan in mind, and I congratulate you for that. With the reputation that has been a stable of Manchester as far as I can remember. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Last time I was in Dutch's Corner was Joe Getty's last election campaign for senator. So you know the last time I was in there. Which is
now-
not good,
And now he's retired.
but I seldom get to Manchester other than in the evening when I go through. So now you're going to be open, so maybe I'll make a visit.
Alrighty.
Congratulations and best wishes and good luck.
Thank you.
Anything that our office can do to assist you in the way of information or materials and so forth, please don't hesitate to call.
Thank you. And Joe Vance, I thank you
Oh, you're welcome.
for your help.
With that, unless there's some objection, this meeting is adjourned until 1:45. We're going to do a little unfinished business here according to the business meeting. I got a request from the town of New Windsor for their Music on Main Festival on October the 7th for a one-day liquor license. Any objections?
No.
Request from Mount Airy Bowling Lanes to hold a cornhole tournament on the grassy lot across their parking lot from the building.
They're going to keep all the alcohol in the grass area. No one's going to be able to leave that area to walk back to the lanes with alcohol.
You want to see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been trying to picture in my mind a grassy lot.
I mean, there's the Mount Airy lines and the parking lot, and then there's a grassy level area past the parking lot.
Is there a brewery near there? Isn't there a brewery next
Yes,
door? somewhere?
Liquority's right around the corner.
So it's right around the corner from where they're going to have this?
I mean, it's
About the police station as well.
probably 3/4 of a mile.
Oh, okay, I'm not mistaken about that. So, is it enclosed, do they say?
Yes, there's going to be an enclosed area, then not allowing alcohol to leave that area. There's going to be a bar in that area. They cannot leave that area.
Any
Also,
objections?
No objection.
No objections.
Request from Stratosphere to hold an Oktoberfest event on Saturday, September 30th on the grassy area outside their facility. And they have a accompanying map
On
of
the
there.
grassy area. Now, they have a patio outside.
it's a patio and slash grass.
Oh, there's grass next to the patio?
This is the second year they've done it.
I went there last year and it was pretty well organised.
You throw any axes?
No. Didn't wear a hat either.
Did you bowl?
No.
You just went and ate?
They had good sausages.
They have those pork things we were talking about at lunch?
No.
Good.
Any objection?
No objection.
Just a point here. On that list that you sent, did you not list that twice? Okay. I thought, why
No,
did I?
Dave, what, are you seeing twice?
That's what I was thinking here. Did I see something twice? One-day liquor license application for an outdoor event. Well, let's skip that one for the time being. Let's do the letters from the upper deck. Lorenzio's Brick Oven Cafe asking to be allowed to participate in the Main Street Wine and Cheese event on August 17th. They've done this before, right, Keith?
Yes.
Any objections?
No objections.
No, I don't see it on my,
I skipped one.
It's for Upper Deck and Lorenzo's.
For upper deck, Lorenzo's Brick Oven
They
Cafe.
both have it.
Next to the last one. The last one is a request from Union Bridge VFW to be able to rope off and use their parking lot for their August 19th, 2023 annual picnic to play games and be able to consume alcoholic beverages. We've done this in the past.
They've done this in the past. And we have one more that came in. I forgot to give it to Joe.
Any objections to Union Bridge VFW?
Okay, the one Keith gave me after we started. Mount Airy Lanes would like to request a one-day permit for their annual crab feast. They will be setting up tables in their front grassy area, surrounded by chain link and covered with a tent, on Wednesday, August 16th from 6 to 11 p.m. And there's a diagram.
Who is that?
Mount Airy Lanes.
Mount Airy Lanes again?
I forgot to give it to Joe. It came to me directly.
Are you losing your memory? You just
Some
asked me
days,
if I
yes.
moved my Site, so I thought I'd ask you. Any objections?
no.
Got a chain link fence.
Okay. On my watch, it's 1:45, and our next scheduled case, 6462, is scheduled at 1:45. Mr. Dixon, please.
Case 6462, an application for a new Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Rukita Patel for the use of Crossroads Bar and Grill LLC, trading as Thunderhead Bar and Grill, 4337 Old Tonytown Road, Tonytown, Maryland, 21787 in Election District 1. To file this matter, we have the following documents. A July 28th, 2023, notice of public hearing. A July 21st, 2023, notice of public hearing. A response to Joe Vance's request of various state and local agencies from Lisa Staley, Health Department. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. A response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Daryl Hale, Zoning and Code Enforcement Officer, City of Tawnytown. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Belinda Gasal Collections Office. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. And then there is a application. Oh, no, there's a July 11th, 2023 letter from Joe Vance to Miss India Phillips, Revenue Specialist, Comptroller of the Treasury. And then there is a July 11th, 2023 letter from Joe Vance to Rakita Patel. There's a July 6, 2023 letter from Kelly Schaefer Miller to the board. And then there's the application, and the application includes character references, CGIS information, MVA records, workers' comp insurance, menu, lease, other licensed establishments, floor plans, plot plans, operating agreement, SDAT information, corporate information, financial and corporate information. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. This time I would ask all those who intend to testify in this case, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance.
I would say everybody, just in case. Thank you.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. You all may be seated. With that, welcome, Ms. Kelly. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning. Kelly Schaefer Miller, 73 East Main Street, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Crossroads Bar and Grill, LLC. I'll briefly open and then I'll call my first witness. I think you're all familiar with this establishment. This was the Thunderhead Bowl. This is the Thunderhead Bowling Alley. It recently transferred ownership. The license was handed in from the previous owner, and now we're going through a new license holder process for the prospective purchaser of the eating establishment within the Thunderhead Bowling Center. So just similar to how it was operated previously, this is just an application for a new license instead of a transfer of license because of the kind of lapse in between when the establishment was sold and now the new application has come forward. So there was no transfer of inventory or anything under a transfer. This is the same application you would have otherwise seen. It's just in the form of a new license request. So this would be for a Class B beer, wine, liquor, which is what was previously the license class of this establishment. And Ms. Ruchita Patel is here today as the applicant. And so if there aren't any questions at this time, I will start with her testimony.
Any questions? I have none.
Thank you. I will also briefly say that we have several members of the audience here who are, one, Mr. Mark Kraus, who was the previous owner of the center, and then Karen, Jody, and Todd, I'm sorry, I don't know everybody's last names, who are all associated with the bowling alley, have been employees there, and will stay employees there in varying capacities, management and otherwise. And so they will maintain an active role in this establishment with the new owner. So they are here to observe and chime in to the extent that they can answer any specific questions that this board has. So with that, I will first call Ms. Ruchita Patel. So Ruchita, can you please state your name, spelling your last name, and your address for the record?
Ruchita Patel, 1125 Mariana Avenue, Westminster, Maryland, 21157.
And Ms. Patel, is it correct that you are a member of Crossroads Bar and Grill, LLC?
Yes.
Can you tell us how much ownership interest you have in that LLC?
I have a 40%.
Okay, make sure you're speaking up into this microphone too, just so that everyone can hear you.
Just
Hold
pull
it closer.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have a 40%.
Okay. And who are the other members of that LLC?
I have a Namrata Talati. She owns 40%. Jalak Patel, she owns 20%.
And how do you know those other two people?
I'm in friend with them.
Okay. And you know them well enough to trust them in a business relationship?
Yes, I do.
Now, you heard me in my opening, but I'll ask you to confirm. This business will operate a restaurant and bar inside of what is known as the Thunderhead Bowling Alley, correct?
That's correct.
And that is an existing restaurant operation that this LLC will be taking over. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, part of the service at this restaurant and bar area historically and as applied for serves the entire bowling alley area, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So do you anticipate that that will remain the same with your
Yes.
license?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain the tables and the bowling lanes within the establishment? Will those have table service? How does that work?
We are going to keep the table service.
Okay, so the lanes and the tables in the restaurant area and the lanes in the bowling alley area will have table service, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And is it also your intent to maintain similar hours to what previously existed?
Yes.
Okay. Can you walk us through those general hours of operation?
Monday to Thursday, we're going to do 8 a.m. to 8:45 p.m. Thursday and Friday, it will be 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. And Saturday it'll be 8 a.m. to 10:30 p.m. and Sunday it'll be 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Okay. And those are the approximate hours that exist today for the restaurant operation, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And are you aware of whether there is an existing kind of surveillance system within the whole bowling center area?
Yes, there is a camera system in the bowling area.
Okay. And is it your intent to keep that or ultimately upgrade that system?
We are planning to keep that and upgrade that too.
Okay. And do you have any personal experience in the restaurant industry?
No, I don't.
What do you do for a living, Ms. Patel?
I'm a software engineer.
Is there an existing manager at the restaurant who will remain a manager?
Yes, Karen Hills going to be restaurant manager.
Okay, can you say that again?
Karen Hills.
Karen Hills?
Yes, Karen Hills. She's going to be a restaurant manager.
She's here today.
Thank you, Mr. Benford. That's exactly what I was going to say. And she's here today, right, Ruchita?
Yes, she is.
Okay.
Yes, she is.
What will your role in this operation be? Are you going to be a daily employee there? Are you oversight? Can you explain your role?
So I'm going to oversight business, and I will be going there a couple of times a week.
Okay. And so in that capacity, you anticipate being there a few times a week, maybe more when it initially starts?
Right, yes.
Okay. And are you TAM certified?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Will you require all employees who serve alcoholic beverages to be TIPS or TAM certified?
They will be TAM certified,
Okay.
yes.
And approximately how many employees do you anticipate having for the restaurant operation?
About 20 people.
Okay. And that's, just to clarify, that's 20 people not on shift all the time, but 20 people total, correct?
Right, full-time and part-time.
Okay. Now, separate from the requirement that all employees serving be TAM certified, will you also have an in-house training program?
Yes, so we are planning for manager training on a weekly basis, and we will have staff meeting every month.
Okay. And as part of the overall in-house training program, have you decided whether you will accept vertical IDs?
No vertical ID policy.
Okay, so you will have a policy across the board, no vertical IDs, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And have you also talked about what your carding policy will be in terms of who gets carded?
Yes, we are going to card anyone who looks under 40.
Okay. Now, as part of the initial onboarding process for a new employee, would they be required to shadow an experienced employee?
Yes, we will be giving a full training, and they will be provided a 1 week shadow. If required, they can get more too.
Okay. And will you also be training your employees on this board's rules and regulations handbook?
Yes, we will.
Have you discussed keeping an incident log, and are you going to do that?
Yes, we are going to keep the incident log.
Okay. And are you aware of the state's attorney's diversion program, where this board works with the state's attorney's office to identify servers responsible for, what do we call this? An
Underage sales.
Underage sale. Thank you, Mr. Benfer, for stepping in. I was thinking an illegal act, but an alleged illegal act. Are you aware of that program?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Will you be ensuring that all employees are trained that that exists and that they could individually be held responsible through the state's attorney's office?
Yes, we will be, yes.
Okay. You spoke about the meetings between managers, the manager meetings, and then the full staff meetings. During those meetings, is one of the intents to kind of remind everybody of the policies and procedures and, you know, allow for any questions that employees might have about things that have come up?
Right, and they'll be sharing their experience as well. If they have anything during their shift, if they face any problem, they can share as well.
Okay. Are you, I believe that the previous establishment had this, but will you have signage indicating these carding policies in terms of we don't accept verticals, we card anyone who looks under 40? Will those be throughout the establishment?
Yes, it will be on the front door and throughout the establishment.
Okay, so they'll be posted on the front door to the whole bowling alley area and within the establishment?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And I just want you to clarify for this board, the bowling alley has a small outdoor patio area, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Do you anticipate that this restaurant will continue utilizing that area just as was previously?
Yes, we are going to utilize it.
Are you familiar with the board's rules and regulations?
Yes, I am.
Are you willing to comply with all of those?
Yes.
Okay. Those are my only questions for Ms. Patel.
Excuse me, questions? Ms. Kelly, clarify something for me.
Yes.
You keep referring to the restaurant operation. How about the operation of the bowling lanes?
So they're two separate entities and historically
Okay,
always
that's what I want to get at.
have been, yes, correct. So there's a business that controls the bowling alley. Well, actually, there's really three if you look at it that way, okay? Because there's an entity that controls the real estate, an entity that controls the bowling alley establishment, and then an entity that controls the restaurant establishment.
That leads me to this question. The hours that she gave,
Yes.
are they coexistent with the bowling alley's hours?
The bowling alley's hours differ slightly, not drastically, but there is a difference in the bowling alley's hours.
So if she closes at 10:30, bowling alley may go to 11 or so?
Correct. And that will maintain the same as it was. That's how it was operated previously, so that will maintain the same. They do have a large customer base of bowling leagues and those sorts of things who are accustomed to those hours. So the intent is to make everything relatively seamless, except for this few-month lapse in having the liquor license at the restaurant.
And alcohol will be served at the tables.
Yes.
Then you drop down to where the lanes are. And they'll be able to serve alcohol to the guys seated around those benches or ladies?
Correct.
How's that table service going to be conducted? Who's going to do the carding, those kind of things? Yeah.
Whoever the bartender and or server on duty is who's managing each, it's similar to a restaurant where, you know, you have, depending on the level of staff and how busy of the period of day it is, how many people are on staff, you have a waitress who serves and is responsible for that lane. So that is their responsibility, and also they reap the tips from the service at that lane. There are call buttons on the lanes too for service. And I think the intent is to be able to order food through some kind of system at the lanes, but obviously not alcohol because the carting and everything has to occur. So that will just be if a server hasn't come to you quickly enough or as frequently as you're looking for, your server's not there at your lane, you can press a call button and the server will then come to the lane.
So if you're sitting down at a lane and you want service of an alcoholic beverage, your person who's designated to that lane comes walking around and you just raise your hand.
Correct.
And if they're not there as soon as you would like, you could always push the call button and they'll send that person down.
Correct.
And generally, in that case, it would be the server's responsibility to check the age of the customer.
Yes.
Will they have pitchers available?
Are there pitchers on the menu? Do you know? Like, can you get a pitcher of beer? Historically, there have been, so I believe that the intent would be to continue that practice.
So you can take a pitcher of beer to the lane?
Well, a server could serve a pitcher of beer to the lane, yes, or someone in the
They could
restaurant
still walk up
portion.
and buy a pitcher.
There's nobody, there's no way, we've talked this through a little bit, there's no way of stopping somebody from walking up to the bar, but the intent is to really control it through the lane or the table because it really does also benefit the server to have it, why have a server who should be getting tipped for something when people are just ignoring that and walking up? So, it will be controlled to the best of, the policy will be that you get table service, you stay at your table, you call a server. But 100%, you can't guarantee that there's not going to be that one person who says, oh, this is taking too long, and walks themselves up to the bar, where then the bartender will be responsible for that exchange.
Does your client have any financial interest in the entity that runs the bowling alley?
No, she does not.
Do you have a thought of having a policy for the repercussions of serving a minor, either be a penalty and/or reward if one of your servers serves a minor?
We talked a little bit about that, and Rachida can confirm. The general policy is you can be terminated, but it's a case-by-case assessment of what the situation was and what happened. But they do have, and I did not bring a copy. Oh, look, you have a copy with you.
Yes.
Okay, so here's a copy. I will hand you a copy of kind of their general alcohol service policy, and the intent would be to get every employee to sign this. And so this notifies the employee that they can be terminated for any infraction. And it also does outline the incentive program that they've come up with, which is a bonus. It's similar to what you've heard for other establishments. I believe it's a cash bonus, and that will be reevaluated and adjusted, as appropriate.
And it mentions vertical licenses, horizontal licenses, things like that?
Yes.
And I'm sure Ms. Patel is aware that regardless of who serves the alcohol, ultimately she is the person that will be coming in front of this board should that occurrence happen.
Yes, I'm aware of that. We're already keeping this.
So say, for example, the waitress goes to a lane and one person orders, are they going to card everyone in the group?
That,
Usually card everyone, and
Okay.
only those who have legal ID get a card.
okay. And I'm happy to call any of them up to say that themselves, but I will say that for a pitcher, everyone gets carded. Other than that, it's an individual carding policy.
So it's pretty much a continuation of how business was run previously.
That's the goal, to maintain uniformity for all the customers as well.
Dr. Benford, if I go next door and get a beer, can I walk in the bowling alley with it?
No.
No, but the intent is to serve that Brewery Fires beer on tap one day, so that's the goal, but right now.
When Brewery Fire first applied, we were trying to figure out how to do it, and Fire Marshal was not allowing it to happen because of the way the doors were set up.
Yeah.
So Previously, Brewery Fire had cans of beer on, over there.
And this purchase is, I think you said prospective,
Yes.
so it's not consummated and nothing is signed, the lease is not signed, and
The lease is not signed, everything's in draft form pending this process.
Pending product?
This process, the liquor
Oh.
board process.
So going on the assumption that everything's running the same way with pretty much the same people that it had run before, what fell through the cracks in April of '21 when there was a violation?
I can't speak for April of '21 when there was a violation because I wasn't the attorney at that point in time. So all I can say is, Ms. Patel is well aware of the rules and regulations. She has a solid policy on how to train employees and how to work with Karen and Jody as well for the training of employees. And I think she'll do everything she can to prevent any future violations.
There's two 40% stockholders
Correct.
and 20. Who calls the shots?
Well, the LLC operating agreement outlines the voting, and the voting is done based on your percentage. So
majority vote
yeah,
wins.
majority vote.
So either 40% stakeholder needs that 20% person.
Yes.
Is there any-
For each other, I
Yeah.
mean, but yes,
Right.
yes.
And they're friends, they're not relatives, is that right?
No, they're
No,
not
we're
relatives,
not
they're just friends.
Other questions? Other questions? Next witness.
Thank you. I would next call my two character witnesses. So I don't remember everybody's last name, but Mr. Dennis and Mr. Rajesh, if you could just come up and sit right here in these two chairs. Okay. Dennis, we'll start with you since you're closest. Please state your name, spelling your last name, and address for the record.
Okay. Dennis Wilderson Jr., W-I-L-D as in dog, E-R-S-O-N. Address is 1130 Mariana Avenue, Westminster, Maryland, 21157.
Dennis, how do you know Ruchita?
Neighbors.
Okay. And approximately how long have you known her?
Over 4 years now.
Do you know her well enough to say whether she's a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license?
I know her well enough to trust her with my kids.
Okay. That says a lot to me. Are you familiar with this bowling alley that we've been talking about?
I am.
Okay. Do you think that it will also serve a benefit to the public to continue having a restaurant with alcohol privileges at that establishment?
I do.
Those are my only questions.
Do you bowl there?
I did when I was in college, when I went to Western Maryland.
Which end the alley?
Middle. It was a league a long time ago.
Bowl candles?
Talking about 10-pin or duck?
Candles.
Candle pins.
Candle pins. Never bowled them?
It's like New England or something.
I'm used to doing duck pin from down south Baltimore, and then came up here to get my 10-pin experience.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you. Mr. Rajesh, can you please spell your name, or state your name, spell your last name, and address for the record?
Ranjesh Gopinathan, Gopinathan, 203 Zachary Drive, Westminster, Maryland, 21157.
And how do you know Ruchita Patel?
We've been friends for a little over 5 years now.
Okay. And in that time, have you found her to be a trustworthy and responsible person?
Yes.
Do you believe she's a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license? Yes. Are you familiar with this bowling alley?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe that it will be a benefit to continue having a restaurant establishment at that location with liquor privileges?
I do.
Those are my only questions.
Questions?
No questions.
No questions.
Thank you.
That concludes my testimony. As I introduced, there are several people here from the bowling alley. If there were specific questions, I think most of those have been answered, but if there are any specific questions, we're happy to answer those.
I would like to know more about the role of the manager. How often she is there? Is she a full-time employee? Just to give us an idea of her role.
Karen, I think.
Gentlemen,
You tell me who's the best person, and then whoever is gets the hot seat. Okay. So can you please state your name, spelling your last name and address for the record?
Karen Hill, Hill, 415 Cherry Oak Court, Tawnytown, Maryland, 21787.
And can you just respond to Mr. Barnhart's questions, if you heard them, just about your role, how often you're there?
I am there pretty much daily, mostly 7 days a week. Responsible for all the kitchen ordering, scheduling, all the back end stuff.
How long have you been involved in the establishment, Karen?
Pretty much on and off for 45 years,
Okay.
44 years. 10 years steady full-time the last 10 years.
Mr. Barnhart, I tried to recall your questions, but if I missed one, please.
Obviously, you're full-time.
Yes, sir.
And obviously, you've had prior experience there with the service of alcohol beverages to the bowlers.
Yes, sir.
Is anything going to change that concerns you, or are you happy with the continuity?
I have no concerns with it. The only thing we're basically changing is more of a table service end on the alcohol side, as opposed to people just coming up and getting it and taking it. We feel that it could be controlled better if we have designated servers. Our servers, if they are not TAMS or TIPS certified, will not be allowed to serve at all. So we're being a little more strict on that.
So
Just had TAMS training Sunday night for everybody pretty much. So I would say at least 80% of our staff is TAMS certified now.
So the table service is a new part of the services that you'll provide?
Yeah, I mean, we've done that before, but not so much. We're trying to keep them to ordering it from the tables now as opposed to coming to the bar. We feel we can control that a little better. And our main counter personnel are also certified so they can watch to make sure everybody's doing the right thing.
A bartender there?
Pretty much everybody just kind of does it, but we are looking into having a full-time bartender.
Mixed drinks, are they available?
They are on the prospective plan, yes. Up until now, it's just been beer and wine.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Were you there when Leon, I can't think.
Yes, sir, I was.
When Leon was there?
Yep. I've been through all the owners. It's been good. Okay.
Sir, did you serve my boys when they bowled up there?
I didn't serve anybody.
You didn't serve anybody? I can tell you this.
I plead the fifth.
They were
No.
all my age, so they were well over 21 when they were there.
My personal opinion is you could walk in and I'd card you. That's me.
You wouldn't have to card me, because I
would.
wouldn't order.
I would. No, we're very,
Did you card that guy with that wild tie on there? The mustache? Right here, right
no,
beside
no,
you.
no, I didn't. She probably did, though.
Oh, okay.
Jody probably did.
Any more questions, Ms. Hill? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Now, the lady in the red plaid, Brad, she's back there smiling. It's your turn to get on the hot seat.
Can you please state your name, spelling your last name and address for the record?
Jody Narowanski, Narwanski, 4607 Ruggles Road, Tawnytown, Maryland, 21787.
What is your position there?
I am the manager on the bowling side.
On the bowling side?
Mhm.
Well, if one of her customers spills beer on the lanes, who's going to pay for the resurfacing?
Usually they don't get, we don't allow it beyond the tables in the seating area where the lanes are.
So you don't allow it?
Because of that.
Okay.
Can you spell your last name a little bit slower, please?
Narowanski.
Thank you.
So beverages won't be taken down to the scoring table?
Not down to the actual lanes.
You got what, 14 and 14?
12 and 16,
12 and 16, 12 ducks.
12 ducks.
What's the house record per set?
Oh my goodness. Do you remember? 504 for ducks.
Oh, you're talking about for single.
That's a set.
Single set for an individual bowler, 504.
High game, or high set. High set would be 504.
Any other
For
questions?
duck pins, yep.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jody.
Carry on, miss.
That concludes my testimony. So like I said, I think we've now answered all the questions, but if there are any questions, we're here and happy to answer them. If not, my testimony has concluded.
Testimony then, unless you have some questions, commissioners, is concluded.
I do not, but Mish looks like he's dying to come up.
You're just gonna tell us what you think about Tonytown, and I'll make one comment. The last time you spoke on behalf of an applicant up there is no longer there. So I'd be a little careful what you say.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I hope that my thoughts before this board are not responsible for the applicant leaving Tawnytown. I don't believe that they are. I am Jay Mishi, 17 East Baltimore Street, Tawnytown. I am the Economic Development Director. We are in support of this application, the Class B beer, wine, and liquor license. The premises, has been licensed for many years. We've not experienced any negative effects. I have reviewed the video of the board hearing in 2021 when there was a citation. And at the time, Mr. Chairman, you noted that Thunderhead had previously passed 12 compliance checks and had an excellent reputation in the community. And there have not, based on my research, been any violations since that time. And I think that the former good reputation and operation is relevant because the new owners have expressed to us that they're going to maintain management. I know both of the managers well, and I think that their commitment to and engagement with our community is going to lead to continued adherence to the laws, regulations, and policies of the board, the city, and the state. Ms. Schaefer-Miller said that it's currently a beer, wine, or recently had been a beer, wine, and liquor license. My understanding had been that it was limited to beer and wine, but we do not believe that the addition of liquor service will have any negative effect. Customers don't currently patronize Thunderhead to go drinking. We don't think that the addition of liquor is going to suddenly convert it into a bar or tavern. But I appreciate you considering the city's views, and if you have any questions of me, I am happy to answer them.
We have no questions.
Could you spell your name?
Where's the summer sheet?
M-E-A.
What's the first letter?
M as in Mary.
Okay.
E-A-S-H-E-Y.
What's your first name?
J-J-A-Y.
And you're here in your official capacity?
That's correct.
Well, I think you did say beer and wine.
I may have said beer, wine, like I honestly can't
I
remember.
think at the time the license was beer, wine. I think you said beer, wine. But this is beer, wine, liquor.
Correct.
Okay, testimony has closed, period. No ifs, ands, or buts. We will now move into any final comments that you would like to make.
Thank you. We appreciate being here today. I think you've heard from a very qualified applicant who's really put some thought and consideration into the training of employees and is really utilizing the valuable expertise of the existing management and staff at the facility to help in that role as well. The goal here is to maintain a consistent establishment that existed previously and offer the same offerings or similar to all of the clientele and customers who continue to come there. Hopefully new customers as well, but there is a solid existing customer base that frequents this establishment, and so it's the immediate intent to meet the needs of those customers and patrons. So with that, I would ask that this board grant the Class B beer, wine, and liquor license that's been applied for, subject to any final approvals that need to go through in terms of health department or building permits. So, thank you.
Thank you. Spector, will you have any comments to make?
I've never met the applicant, so I can't tell about her character, but I do know that both these managers, and they're both staying on, so I'd be very supportive issuing a liquor license because they're still working it.
Okay. Testimony notice is now closed, and we will ask the commission to deliberate as to the disposition of the request. I'd just like to make a couple comments. As being aware of the establishment for many, many years, and it's been my experience while I sponsored a couple teams up there for years. After they closed Westminster, where Martin's West is, or Martin's is, it's always been a family-type run operation, and my boys that bowled for me always had nice remarks to make and compliments about the food and so on and so forth. And I could say that I've been there several times for, I guess, breakfasts and so forth, sponsored by various organizations up there. And it's always been a family-type operation. That, where's yours?
Well, Mr. Chairman, as usual, the application was well presented by counsel. Your client was clearly advised of almost all the concerns that this board would have, and she, I think, understands them and provided us with the answers that give us complete comfort in that regard. I also think she's obviously a fit and proper person to have a liquor license. She is, her character witnesses were pretty clear about that, and they were very sincere. And so I accept every good thing they said about you. And I'm also happy to see the continuity in management. You know, that gives me comfort because, as the chairman said, that bowling alley has a reputation, and in fact has been very well run in the past. And it looks like you're going to continue that. And I certainly expect that you will be successful. And those are the comments I have, and I would ask if there's any other comments from the board.
Ms. Mulvaney?
George said everything I was going to say. Kelly always has a great presentation for us, covers every avenue, and informs her clients as to what we're going to expect. And Ms. Patel has looked into everything that she needed to do to make things right, and I appreciate the fact that she's keeping the management on as it is and keeping things kind of the same, even if they're going to be different. So that being said, I will refer back to Commissioner Barnhart for...
Oh, I thought it was your turn.
I think it's your turn.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Let's not get into a discussion. Somebody make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to make a motion at this time, and the motion would be as follows. In case 4662, which is an application for a new Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Rashida Patel, I move that the application be granted by this board.
I second that motion.
Motion's been properly made and seconded that under case 6462, an application for Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Rashida Patel for the use of Crossroads Bar and Grill LLC, trading as Thunderhead Bar and Grill, 4337 Old Tonytown Road, Tonytown, Maryland 21787, be approved. Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations, Ms. Patel. Thank you, Ms. Kelly, for an excellent job as always.
Thank you.
Congratulations to all you in the back and whoever the 1/3 you're representing and so on and so forth. Good luck, and also to the town of Tonytown.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hands up.
Okay, we got one more item of business here that we passed over in case there's some discussion. It is a one-day liquor license application for an outdoor event from M2 Helping Neighbors NP to hold a Las Piñas DMV Family Festival fundraising event on Sunday, September 3rd, 2023 at 5301 Woodbine Road in Woodbine. There are some questions, I believe.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a few concerns. I don't know if they rise to the level that would support a rejection, but
Come on, yeah, you can sit up here. They're gonna call you.
Keith, we need your attention.
Okay. I mean, they're a nonprofit. We described that. They live in Maryland.
well, the nonprofit is not in Maryland.
Well,
The nonprofit is in Virginia, and so does the name on the nonprofit is
the
Virginia
applicant
resident.
lives in Maryland.
Who?
The applicant,
Well,
right?
That's all that's required.
yeah, but is the applicant supposed to be part of the nonprofit or not?
Yes.
I'm unsure.
We don't know if they're not. They could be an employee from the nonprofit.
Could be. But the applicant is the landowner who just acquired that land a few months ago. And I don't know if I don't know if it's necessary that I have a complete picture, but I'm not sure I have a complete picture of how the thing is going to be run. I know that they are selling tickets. And I don't know whether those tickets include complimentary beverages or not, or all you can drink or not. I looked at the application.
What I was planning on doing is going out there Friday before the event and make sure everything is above board, what they're saying, and I can express those concerns and find that out, and then issue the license then, if you have those questions, whatever questions you have.
Okay, so you're going to make it like a preemptive visit?
I do that for every event, the new one.
And I was, state for the record, this is a new event for us.
Right.
We don't have any familiarity with the applicant. A lot of these one-day licenses, we know who they are, I've dealt with them in the past, you've dealt with them in the past, and you're able to tell us about past conduct. We don't have that here.
But usually with new events, that's what I do. Usually myself and Jim will be out there, and go out there and make sure everything looks good before the event, or the day of the event. If there's the problem, I will have them fix it, or they would not have the license.
So I noticed that they did ask for some sheriff presence, Carroll County Sheriff presence.
I don't know if they get a response. I can email and find out. But I know they're using a private security firm to secure the.
And that's good, and I saw that in the email exchange. There might be a little bit of a traffic issue, where the county is concerned enough about that or not. But if there were some sheriffs present, I think that would not be a concern of this board. We're just speaking for myself.
Well, I mean, it's not like it doesn't sound like it's going to be a wedding where it starts at one time and everybody has to be in by that time and then everybody leaves at the same time. This is like a several-hour event, so they can be coming. The traffic won't be as bad, I believe.
Yeah.
Because it's staggered and it can compare one.
It looks like it's a music festival, basically, is what it is. And there's maybe 8 or 9 different performers identified in there.
I haven't looked on the website to find.
Yeah. So it looks like it's going to be a long day event, and I understand what you're saying. That doesn't necessarily mean there'll be a crunch at one time. But if everyone leaves at the same time, it might be a little bit of an issue because it's on Woodbine Road, right? The access is on Woodbine Road, and from what I can tell, looking at the Google Earth, the way in is just a single lane, kind of a dirt road driveway. The property is ag. I think there's a house on the property, but I'm not sure. There is, yeah. I think it's improved. But again, the applicant just bought the land, and the nonprofit, from what I can tell, hasn't generated enough nonprofit activity to require filing of a Form 990 with the IRS. So this looks like maybe this might be their first rodeo. But if you're going to go there beforehand and check things out, then I'm comfortable
Yeah,
with,
that's that.
with the
That is
request.
the plan.
So these requests have to be filed so many days before our meeting?
I think it's 30 days.
Technically 30 days.
Because this money is dated August 1st.
I mean, I've always brought them to the board as long as they make it in before the hearing date.
And I think our rule does require a confined area.
Correct.
And you know that, so.
Right,
so
the
you'll
map
look at-
has a
you'll
beer
see that-
garden, and I'll make sure, basically, when I take the map and say, okay, this is what you guys say you're gonna do, show me what you're doing.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't go on the map, then we need to fix it, or come with some kind of solution.
Okay. You know, I guess my last comment was that when I say DMV, it sounds to me like it's a multi-state festival and could be a lot of traffic. And,
As I said, I can only go by the numbers that they put on the form, and they said 450, 500 people.
400 to 500, yeah.
And again, being a small area, I hope that's high. I mean, or it might be, and another thing, if it's a farm, there might be connecting property too that they might be using as sort of parking or something like that. I don't,
Looks like there is, but I don't know, so I'll just.
until I get out there to see, I can't.
Well, I'm comfortable having you,
Okay.
you know, take a look, see, and figure out what's going on.
Do you know offhand in Carroll County, but the notary is Anne Arundel County? Is that, doesn't matter?
Do you have any objections?
I don't, based on the preface that Keith's going to go out and
All right, Keith,
quash all of
we'll
our fears.
adhere to your judgment.
Okay, thank you.
That's agreeable, I assume,
Yeah.
to all of us.
I might even bring Jim along.
That would be a good idea.
Yeah.
You need a shotgun rider.
I'll wear this tie.
Whilst he's there, you'll be
Whilst
there.
he's there.
While you're amongst them. Get 'em.
That's right, I'll be amongst people.
Okay, at this time, I would ask our attorney, Mr., whatever his name is, to call case 6463. Mr. Dixon.
All right, case 6463, an application for a new Class H beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Janelle Holbo for the use of McDaniel College, Inc., trading as McDaniel College, 2 College Hill, Westminster, Maryland, 21157, and Election District 7. In the file of this matter, we have the following documents. July 28, 2023, notice of public hearing. July 21st, 2023, notice of public hearing. There's a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Lisa Staley, Health Department. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Belinda Gassell Collections Office. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. There's a July 11th, 2023 letter from Joe Vance to Miss India Phillips, Revenue Specialist, Comptroller of the Treasury. There's a July 11th, 2023 letter from Joe Vance to Janelle Holmbo. There's a July 6th, 2023 letter from Eric Simon, Ph.D., Vice President for Administration and Finance and CFO, to the Liquor Board. And then there's an application, and the application includes character references, MVA records, criminal background information, charter and bylaws, floor and plot plans, workman's comp information, charter and bylaws, SDAT information, and retail businesses, training. So, wait a minute. Alcohol awareness training certificates. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. This time I would ask all those who intend to testify in this case, please stand, raise your right hands, and be sworn in by Ms. Vance. Anyone who plans to testify?
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. May I remind all that when you testify the first time, to please speak into those microphones. You can pull them before you. State your full name and give your address, and spell your last name for the record, please. With that, who is going to be the lead spokesperson?
Janelle Hombo, last name Holmboe. The college's address is 2 College Hill, Westminster, Maryland. My personal address is...
That's okay, you just need it.
Great. We are applying for the license outlined in the documents and materials, primarily as a administrative efficiency for the institution. We frequently have events specifically with alumni, trustees, donors, where we would like to have them purchase alcohol, and this would facilitate the efficiency of that process.
You have experience of these type of events, I take it?
Yes, sir.
And this is for a Class H beer, wine, and liquor license?
Correct.
And I assume you have delineated where these alcoholic beverages will be available on campus?
Yes, there are a number of locations on campus where we have the type of events where we might invite alumni to purchase alcohol. It's not all of campus. It's very specific locations where we might have a reception, for example, or a large reunion event for the class of 1970 or something like that.
No dorms or athletic facilities?
No residence halls at all, of course. With the athletic facilities, I believe.
There is one athletic facility. It is, I'm sorry. Sorry. My name is Eric Simon, S-I-M-O-N, 29 Legacy Drive, Owings Mills, Maryland. There is one location that is located at the football stadium. It is the suite. It's the Albertron suite, which is located on the above the what you would call, I guess, the seating areas, the concourse area. It is a part of the stadium that is where we can monitor and control access to and from the location.
How about, is it Gill Gym? Is that the gym name?
No, we also have another location, which is the Gill Gym, because typically some of our larger events where we have parents and students come out, we do tend to host those events in that space. So there will be maybe once or twice a year where we may have a large event for parents that will be held in the Gill Gym.
So just the two athletic separate facilities?
Correct. Is there a drawing or a map in your application that shows exactly where you're intending to apply this license?
Yes.
Is it in there?
No, it got removed because the locations got changed. And we never got put back in to updated. But one time it was a bunch of different locations talking with them. We decided to use the ones that they're actually going to sell the alcohol event at the events, which is only made it 5 locations. The name of those buildings is in that packet.
Yeah, so I'm looking at a list entitled Alcohol Permit On-Campus Sales Locations. Albertine Suite, Alumni Hall, Cooley Rice Lounge, Gill Center, and Raj Center.
Correct.
So those are the 5 locations that you're asking for this license to cover.
Correct.
But we don't have a drawing. Our rules require a drawing, so if you could just supply that at your convenience, I guess. So I'll give it to Jo Vance, and she'll put it in the file. I think our rules also require a copy of the bylaws and the charter.
That was added.
It isn't here?
Mhm.
Okay. Oh, okay, I see.
While he's looking through that, stadium's over here, Gill Gymnasium's over here, Alumni Hall and so forth. The other 2, I'm not familiar with the names. Where are they located in regards? Baker Chapel and Gill Gym, I know where they're at, so.
Sure, the Coley Rice Lounge is located just off the circle by Little Baker Chapel, sort of when you kind of come in, it's a event space that we have
I
there.
thought that was one of them, but I didn't want to say for sure.
And then the other one, Raj is the sort of student union, student center building that's just off of Red Square, and that has a variety of locations.
I think prior it was known as Decker.
Decker.
Decker, okay.
It was known as Decker Center.
I'm an old guy, so you gotta give me something that was over 20 years old and I know where it's at.
So there's a floor plan, Galar Dining Hall within Engler Hall, and that's included for what reason?
That is a location where the alcohol will be stored.
Okay. And it's in a kitchen.
Correct.
In the past, you have, I think, applied for one-day special licenses. And I think your testimony is that you this is a new way, a new approach for you, for efficiency purposes for you, to make things easier for the college.
Correct, yeah. To give you an example, for our alumni weekend, which we had this year in June, we had 14 one-day special permits because of all the class reunions. So 14 times we did the paperwork and the notary and all of that. So this allows us to eliminate those processes.
Yeah. At least speaking for me, this might be a new type of request that I don't know if we've seen this request before in this fashion. So there is in our rules, there's some language, and actually state law, some language about financial responsibility of the applicant. My understanding is that you have someone who wishes to address that and tell us how to apply that law.
Yeah.
Let's see this.
Hi, I'm Stacy Tracy, last name Tracey. I work at the college. The address is 2 College Hill, but do you need my personal address as well? Okay. I'm a CPA, and I'm the assistant controller at McDaniel College. I think one of your concerns was about Janelle. She's listed as a key employee on our tax return on Part 7, but we just wanted to clarify that McDaniel is a nonprofit, and there's no shareholders or owners, so she won't have any financial interest in the college. And in that part, it also discloses officers, directors, and trustees. And she's only listed as a key employee. She doesn't own any stock or have any tradable shares, and nonprofits don't have any owners. So she doesn't have any financial interest in the college. So.
And that kind of goes to the heart of my question. State law, and we follow the state law, says that the applicant has a financial interest in the business to be conducted under license as a requirement for the application. And we follow that, and we define financial interest and so forth. But I'm thinking that our rules don't specifically address nonprofits. And so that's why I think this is some new territory, at least for me, sitting up here. I think our rules are silent as to requirements of a nonprofit. They talk about a corporation, they talk about an LLC, but they talk about stock interests and percentages for the applicant. Clearly, that's not directed to a nonprofit, because as you said, it's a non-stock.
Yeah, I agree. I think that should be something that should be included in your rules, and especially since she's a key employee of the college.
Yeah. If she were a trustee, it would be even clearer. When you would have an event, this for alumni events, right? Basically?
Alumni events, presidential receptions that may include donors, things like that.
Okay, yeah. You would hire bartenders, I guess is what you would do? Have an outside vendor come in and take care of that?
Correct. The college does not employ staff who will be actually serving in the alcohol. We have a third-party service, which is provided by AVI Food Supplies, who would manage that part of our process.
And clearly, that third party has lots of experience doing this, or you
Correct.
wouldn't hire them.
Correct.
Okay. At these events, are there people who are typically under age of 18?
Not usually, no.
So when you have these events, are they notoriously like blocked off to the student population per se? Is it like
Correct.
a private room area?
Exactly, yeah. Most of these events aren't open to students. They're things that we're doing specifically for alumni, for trustees, for donors. Occasionally, it might be parents of current students or prospective students, but generally, we separate students from parents for these types of events.
And the owner of the property is who? Isn't it Western Maryland College, Inc.?
There's SDAT pronounced in the file,
I know, but that's,
but that's the owner of the properties.
I thought I saw that there was a McDaniel College, Inc., from SDAT. Then I saw somewhere that the actual legal owner of the property is called Western Maryland, which I might be mistaken about that.
Well, the four printouts, and it's been so long since I looked at them, I don't know what they say, but they encompass all the property of the college.
What I'm saying is, I don't think the applicant is the owner of the property legally. I think it's a separate company that owns the property, at least in tax records. Like,
Western Maryland College used to be the name of McDaniel College.
I understand that. Where I saw it, because I was surprised that the name hadn't changed of the actual landowner. I said, well, they changed the name of the college, they didn't change the name of the
I know
landowner.
in the comment memos, it said Western Maryland College.
The comment memo from who?
That you typed up, it said, I thought it said Western Maryland College.
I mean, it's not really all that significant, it's just, I just want to try to clarify from my own mind. So if the McDaniel College, Inc., there's an application by Ms. Hombo for the use of McDaniel College, Inc. That's the application. Then the landlord, I don't think is legally McDaniel College, Inc. I think it's another entity. Or maybe,
I'm not saying it's not, I'm just saying that whatever those SDAT pages state, that is the legal owner of
property.
the property. So whatever they say,
If you look at Department of Taxation records, it says McDaniel College Incorporated.
So no.
It was sold by
Western College.
Western College back in
2014.
2014.
So there is no landlord here.
Excuse me, can I ask a question? The reference to a, I think you said landowner or landlord?
Well, the landowner.
Landowner.
The tax records, the landowner, I thought was different than McDaniel College, Inc. I saw that somewhere, but I'm not sure where I saw that. I thought it was an interesting anomaly when I was looking at it. So, any suggestions how we get around that rule about financial interests and stock ownership and percentage of business, anything like that? This is a Class H you're asking for. Does the campus have a hotel? Didn't they used to have a Best Western associated with the college?
They used to, but that has since been sold.
It hasn't?
Mhm.
So that property where the motel is in between there and 31, that property's sold.
No, it is not so. It is still owned by our development corp, the WMC Development Corp. But it is owned by them.
They own the Best Western.
They don't own the Best Western. They own the land that the Best Western sits on.
WMC Development Corp?
Correct.
That's like Western Maryland College Development Corp? Maybe that's what I saw.
Well, if they own that, they probably own where the college is.
Well,
Maybe,
maybe,
maybe not.
They don't own the college, but they own a lot of land around the college. And they're consolidated for financial statement purposes.
When you say they are consolidated, who are they?
WMC Development and McDaniel College.
Absolutely.
While he's looking through that, I'm just killing time for you all. The houses in the properties on Pennsylvania Avenue up across from the golf course, on that side of town where Boone Pontiac used to be and so on and so forth, is that the Development Corporation or the college that owns it? Do you know?
You're talking about the homes along on PA Avenue?
Along
Yes, those.
Pennsylvania Avenue,
Yes, those are owned by the college.
or the college?
There are some properties that are around 131 and Uniontown that the WMC does own.
How about on the other side of Pennsylvania Avenue where Boone Pontiac used to be, where it's the,
It's 192.
I guess, the maintenance shop or something? I don't know.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yes, the college does own those properties. On the 192, where the Pontiac Place, that is the physical plant office. And the property next to it, on the other side, is owned by the college.
So I would assume anything it was, if I remember right, 2002 is when McDaniel was chartered and so forth. Anything since then has been that, basically.
So I'm looking at I don't know if this is really significant, but this is where I saw it. I'm looking at some SDAT information, this is the tax records for, there in this file, it says the owner information, the owner is Western Maryland College, Inc., mailing address, College Hill, Westminster, Maryland. These are the tax records. So that's why I was wondering if this is if there's a separate owner of the property on campus.
That's not my understanding, no. The college owns the property on the college.
Yeah, this is just a real property search.
Yeah. have to take a look at that.
Any other questions, this young lady? Since she controls all the money, we better make sure she don't spend it. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Any other testimony?
I'd like to, for no other questions at this time of the gentleman that held his hand up about the catering business. If he'll come forward, I got a couple questions for him. State your name and address, please.
Kevin Laster, Laster, 2 College Hill.
And I'm to understand, and maybe I misunderstood, but the college per se will not be serving the alcohol.
AVI Food Systems would.
And you're AID Food System,
AVI.
AVI.
Yep. And we are all ServSafe alcohol certified.
You're all certified.
Correct.
So you're well-versed
Correct.
on alcohol rules and regulations, so on
Correct.
and so forth, and
Correct.
IDs and
Correct.
all the other stuff. Are you, I'm assuming that these events basically are scheduled, but there could be some last-minute things and so on and so forth, but you would be, your organization would be the ones that actually make the drinks and serve them.
Correct. Yep. And all of these events are booked well in advance.
Well, I bet if you got some big investor that wants to come in there.
We wouldn't be charging him for
We require 5-day notice, please.
I imagine if, I won't mention his name because I know a couple of them, but if they come in there and said, okay, we're gonna give you $2 more million, that you would say, hey, let's go have a drink. Which amazes me because when I grew up, it was a Methodist institution. That's long gone. You have more questions?
Does AVI Food Systems do other work on campus?
Say that again, sir?
AVI Food Systems?
Correct.
Your employer?
Yep.
Do you provide cafeteria?
Yep.
sir?
We handle all of the dining services on campus.
Okay, that was my only question. Thanks.
Is there anybody here that remembered Francis Sipe? He knows who I'm talking about, okay. I just want to know if any of you remember, we're talking about food service now. Any other questions? Any other comments you all would like to make, or anybody to testify?
We do recognize that we have a unique application. I have worked on, several of us have worked on campuses before that did in fact have a license. AVI is the only entity that would have access to the alcohol, and as I shared earlier, the college has no plans to employ anyone who will actually be a part of that process. That's why we're purposely doing it this way. We've also did a lot of work with our campus safety departments to understand all of the various rules that we would need to put in place to make sure that there was no issues. And so we feel really confident about the plan we have in place for these special events.
Will these special events include some music festivals that sometimes occur on campus?
Are you talking about
You
Common
mean
Ground?
Common Ground.
Common ground.
That's one.
I mean, they always get their own license.
But I'm asking if they would take this license
No.
and use it for a music festival.
Common Ground would still have to unsolicit their own.
Excuse me?
That they would still have to get their own.
Yeah, they contract with the college for that event, so they would still have to get their own.
Okay, so the college has never put on any type of festival of its own?
I can't. I don't.
Nothing that's festival in nature, but I did in the 90s. When I worked there in the 90s, there used to be concerts.
Concerts?
In the gym.
Good afternoon. Eric Imler, IMMLER, 2 College Hill. I'm the Chief Law Enforcement Officer for McDaniel College. As Jim did mention, we do not have concerts or anything of that nature at the college. A number of years ago, they did have some events like that. I believe the last one that I can recall was fall of 2001. And since then, we've not had anything of that nature other than like contracted events. That would be more of a conference services type of third party utilizing the campus, but not actually McDaniel College itself.
So this license wouldn't be used for anything other than alumni events, presidential events, some fundraising, internal, things like that?
I was just going to say, I mean, I think things that happen very infrequently, like we just had a presidential inauguration. I could imagine a situation like that where there's a campus, you know, large formal event of that type.
And in all of those events, we have logistical planning that we go through every time, and we've done this for countless years when we apply for these individuals. Would not change at all.
Any other questions?
No.
Comments? Well, I guess evidence and testimony is closed. If anybody like to make any closing remarks, we would be glad to hear them. Any one of you. Inspectors, any comments?
No comments. I mean, I have no idea if I think it's going to be a good thing if it gets issued, but
You just testified, Mr. Emler, that usually are well in advance known,
Correct, yes, sir.
inspector and so forth, which,
Eric and I have a very good relationship.
okay, with that being said, testimony, evidence, and final closing has been made. We will now discuss the merits as presented, and according to law, perhaps come to a favorable conclusion or otherwise. My comments would simply be this. It sounds like to me that everything has been pretty well planned, and according to the best efforts of the organization of college, while there may be some questions as to the legality in the broad sense, my personal feeling is, and I would yield to our esteemed attorney, Mr. Dixon, that one-day licenses have been previously issued for these same or similar events that, based upon the testimony and so forth, that as a layperson, I can appreciate there are some differences, but common sense to me is basically they're the same, except they don't have to get a one-day license.
Mr. Chairman, my thoughts, I thought about this. I think our rules are silent on this type of application. Normally, we have requirements, and we try to follow our rules. But this is a situation of a nonprofit, and doesn't fit squarely in this book. And since our rules, and I'm just going to throw this out as my thought, since our rules were silent on the application of a nonprofit for a Class H, that the discretion then inures to this board, that we're not bound by a rule that's not there, that we have discretion to approve with any conditions that we would like to attach. But there is no prescription in our red book. Our red book, as I said, is silent on what you want to do, I think. I might be wrong, but that's my thought. I think it's the board's discretion. We can render a decision that we want to render that's not in violation of our rules. And I think the county attorney also might have some thoughts on that, and I don't want to preclude his comments, and also I don't want to preclude us going into a meeting for legal advice.
I would agree with the legal advice.
A meeting?
Yes.
Take a brief recess for legal advice?
Please.
That's a motion.
That's motion. I move that we take a brief meeting,
I'll second
brief
that.
recess.
I'll second that.
Motion's been made and second that we take a brief recess for legal advice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. We're in adjournment for legal advice. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in session. As previously announced, we adjourn to receive legal advice, to ascertain some legal questions of the impending case. With that being said,
Well, we've received the advice, and I think one of us is prepared to make a motion.
I am prepared to make a motion.
before you do that, you need to make a motion to go back into regular session.
I make a motion to go back into regular session.
I second it.
Motion been made and seconded. We go back into regular session. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. So ordered. Now, you were about to make a motion?
Additionally, I'm about to make a motion. Case number 6463, an application for a new Class H beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Janelle Hombo for the use of McDaniel College, Inc., trading as McDaniel College, 2 College Hill, Westminster, Maryland. I would like to make a motion that we approve the license.
And I will second that motion, and I will add for the record that I support the motion for the reasons I stated earlier. I believe our rules are silent regarding the requirements of your requests, and therefore, since our rules are silent, that this board has a large amount of discretion, and we're going to use that discretion in this case, and we're going to approve the application, and I'm going to second the motion.
Motion been properly made and seconded that we approve the application for a Class H beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Janelle Hombo for the use of McDaniel College, Inc., trading as McDaniel College, 2 College Hill, Westminster, Maryland, 21157. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations. You now have a Class H beer,
you.
wine, and liquor license.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Unfortunately, there's some that to a halt right quick, didn't it? Unfortunately, there were some things that we needed to have some legal advice on, and based upon the comments that my colleague, Mr. Barnhart, made, that this board has the discrepancy to have the latitude to make decisions. So congratulations again, best wishes.
Thank you.
Many, many more. We hope you're welcome here at any time, but don't come back in an official capacity. That's for a violation.
We won't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's so funny when you started talking away first.
And the word unfortunately kind of does have a little chilling effect on it.
Thank you.
On my watch, it's 3:15 and 15 seconds. Mr. Dixon, please call case 6464, please.
Case 6464, an application for a new Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Matthew Kulada for the use of the Stockyard LLC, trading as Bullock's Restaurant, 2020 Sykesville Road, Westminster, Maryland, 21157, in Election District 4. And to file this matter, we have the following documents. Notice of public hearing, July 28th, 2023. Notice of public hearing, July 21st, 2023. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies. Response from Lisa Staley, Health Department. This establishment does not meet the requirements of this office. See attached memorandum. The facility is a change of ownership. A maintenance inspection and licensing must be completed prior to approval of the ownership change. There is a response to Joe Vance's request from J. Voigt Zoning Administration. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. There is a response to Joe Vance's request to various state and local agencies from Belinda Gassell, Collections Office. The above referenced establishment does meet the requirements of this office. There's a July 11th, 2023 letter from Joe Vance to Miss India Phillips, Revenue Specialist, Comptroller of the Treasury. There is a July 11th, 2023 letter from Joe Vance to Matthew Culata. Then there's the application. The application includes character references, operating agreement, criminal background information, MVA information, workman's comp insurance, ownership information, sales agreement, menu, SDAT information, plot plan, corporate information, and other licensed establishments. I would ask that the file be entered into evidence.
We'll accept that into evidence. This time I would ask all those who intend to testify in the case, please stand, raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you, gentlemen. Before you testify the first time, please state your full name and address and spell your last name for the record, please. Mr. Culata, you can proceed and tell us why and what you want.
Yes, my name's Matthew Culata. It's C-U-L-O-T-T-A. Looking to get a license or liquor license at Bullock's Restaurant that I purchased from Doug and Clyde behind me a few months ago. I know you had brought up the health department, which we have scheduled on Monday at 9:30 for our health department inspection. So that's still pending because that was the earliest they could have a schedule at. But we're looking to sell essentially beer and wine. We're not adding in a full bar or anything like that. We're not changing the hours. We're not staying open late. We just want to supplement what the current clientele that we have and offer, you know, a cold beverage while they're there. We're not looking to, like I said, add any bar or anything like that. It's going to be served to the table. Bullock's has been there since the 80s, and I feel like this is a step that we need to add so we can keep it going for the next 20, 30 years. I grew up here. My parents took me there as a kid. My kids, you know, love coming up there, and I want to make sure it succeeds, and, you know, we're around the next 20, 30 years. So I think I think a lot of people in my generation want to go out on a Friday, Saturday night and have a cold beer or a glass of wine with dinner, and I feel that's one part that we're lacking at our establishment right now.
State your residence address for the record.
Oh, my residence is 3626 Pleasant Meadow Court, Eldersburg 21784.
Thank you. Questions?
How long have you owned the restaurant?
I took over in May.
How's it going so far?
So far, there's a lot of people that would like us to bring back the salad bar. So probably hear that multiple times a day. But other than that, it's going pretty well so far.
And are you putting the salad bar in?
We are going to bring it back this October, yes. So I think as many people that want it, that it will drive traffic to the business, you know, because, I mean, again, people have an emotional attachment to it. People remember when their parents took there as a kid, and, you know, they want to share that with their families now. So part of that is in October, we want to do a grand reopening with the Chamber of Commerce and be able to offer that salad bar and offer a cold beverage while they're there to capitalize off the momentum.
Where will the cold beverage be dispensed?
It will be stored in a cooler behind our counter, because if you're familiar with it, we don't really have, it's not, you know, that is the biggest thing, trying to figure out how it fit in our current scheme. So we will have someone over 21 that's going to be there all the time, that'll be in charge of delivering, kind of like a server that will bring it to your table after you order it up at the cashier. So it'll be kept behind the counter in a separate cooler, and then it'll only be delivered out as we sell it. So
Does the cashier have the responsibility of making sure that they're of age?
yes, so I plan on getting those people TAM certified, even though, you know, whoever's going to be using it, they will definitely have training within the restaurant. I was a bartender for many years. I managed a Hard Rock Cafe in DC. We went through so much liquor down there you couldn't believe. I've been TAM certified multiple times. Recently, I was bartending at Liberatories in Westminster for a few years. So I'm very familiar with alcohol awareness and training, and plan on to have anyone that's handling it, even people that aren't handling it in the establishment, be aware of what's going on. So
You're a 50% owner?
I am, yes.
And who is the other owners or owner?
Julian Jaspert, he's my business partner in another business as well.
And what business is that?
We have a landscape business, so Linwood Lawn and Landscape. Most of our business is actually with contracts with the county, Carroll County, so. We have
So if there's a corporate decision to be made and you're 50/50 owners, is it a coin flip, or does somebody have preference?
It's not. I would make that decision, yes.
So you plan on keeping it the cafeteria style type
We
it
do,
is now?
yes, correct.
So, say one person comes up with their with whoever, and they order like 4 drinks. Are they going to card every single person in that party? And when they come back up to the table after they want up to the counter when they want a second drink, are they gonna make sure that it's
Yes,
not
they will
going to
get-
someone else at the table?
Correct, they will get carded each time, and, I mean, I plan on having whoever's ordering the drink or drinking the drink has to be there at the counter. So the one person can't come up and order 4 drinks, you know? So if there's 4 people at the table that want 4 drinks, they each are gonna have to come up and order, even if it's separate, and show their ID. So
What's your policy gonna be on vertical IDs?
it's not accepted. I mean, every establishment I've pretty much worked in did not take that as a valid ID, so.
What is your carding policy gonna be?
So to be honest, I don't have this written down yet. Like, I mean, this kind of happened faster than I originally thought it was going to be. But it's going to be, I mean, you're going to have to look at the date, look at the person, you know, the ID, make sure they're over 21, valid state ID.
You have like a cutoff point. Some people tell us if they're under 40, if they're under 30.
It's going to be card no matter what, especially in the beginning, because
Card everyone.
They're card everyone, because I don't have a current policy in place that they've been using. I don't have people there that are used to doing this. So I either need to hire someone that has experience or train someone that doesn't have experience. So it'll definitely be card everyone no matter what.
So make sure you're gonna card Clyde and.
For sure. I mean, those two,
There'd be other reasons for do that.
I got to make sure everything's locked up because of them.
Where are you going to, on the ordering side or on the carry-out side? You said
It'll be on the ordering side.
ordering side.
Yes. I will have a separate register also, so for someone that wants to come up and order a second drink, there will be a second cash register that someone over 21 will man, you can order a second drink without waiting in the main line as well. So that we can capitalize off of us, because that's the thing, nobody's going to wait in that long line for a second beer or a second glass of wine. So I want to have that ability to get them in a more timely fashion as well.
Do you have table service now?
We do not have table service.
So they would have to come to you, anyone who wanted a beer.
We are going to bring it to them. So when they order a beer at the cashier, it'll print out a ticket at our, let's say, beverage station, which will be someone who's over 21, right, that will then open or serve that beer and take it to the table for them. So the customers will not take the beer or wine to their table themselves. It is going to be brought to them by an employee.
It'd be a designated server of
Yes.
alcohol.
Correct.
Not a waitress
No.
who's serving. I see.
Essentially.
Yeah.
So someone over 21, because, I mean, I can't, whoever's opening it and, you know, pouring it has got to be over 21, so they're going to be the ones taking it to the table as well.
I see you have beer, wine, and liquor, so you'll also have someone back there to mix drinks.
Well, we're not going to have mixed drinks per se, but we're going to offer just a few select cocktails that are going to be simple and easy. So like a margarita or something like that, or even a sangria, which is considered a mixed drink, even though it's made mostly of wine. But I can have items like that they can pour. But like I said, I consider a sangria a mixed drink because you are adding alcohol to the wine. So it'll be simple like that. It won't be, there's not going to be a whole full bar, anything like that, no. So exactly what that's going to look like for sure and what drinks we're going to offer, we're working that out. But it'll be a small cocktail list. I mean, we're talking like 5 or 6 of your more popular cocktails, and that's
Some
about it.
cocktails come prepackaged.
Yes, and there's that option too, so.
Are you thinking about maybe a mimosa brunch?
We have been considering brunch and/or breakfast. That's another thing that we were gonna work out. The first leg is getting through October, having the grand reopening, the salad bar, hopefully offering beer and wine, and we're gonna redo the deli area, and then we're gonna tackle the idea of breakfast or brunch.
When you say deli area,
We have a deli area that does a lot of to-go. I don't know, so like the bread, where the raisin, like the bread is, and there's salads and stuff. Sorry, okay. We just call that the deli area. I don't know what everyone else calls it, but in-house, that's kind of what we call
where I
it.
get my fried chicken.
Yes.
And the raisin bread. So having been there and having taken family members there often that are immobile, we usually go up and place the order for them.
Yes.
And then take it to the table, but if that person wanted a beer, they'll have to come up to the counter then.
Or my server, cocktail server, could certainly come to the table and card at the table.
You'll be able to make
Yes.
concessions so that.
Correct.
Because my first job was at Bullock's when I was 12 years old,
Oh,
busting those
okay.
tables, so I'm just,
Yes.
Decades ago.
that was decades ago. They didn't even have beer then, so.
But
So-
yes.
So I know that there's a crowd, a family crowd. In fact, the Carroll Hospital group meets, of all the retirees meet there
Yes.
biannually. So I know that your clientele is of the aged version.
So we also, when I took over in May, we implemented Toast point-of-sale system. I don't know if you're familiar with that. But with that, we have some handhelds that we can take to the table. So like in a matter of, there's like an A-top that doesn't want to come up there, our server can go to the table, card, put in the order right there, bring it through right there, and then go back and then bring that back to the table as well. We have that ability, so. Some of it will probably, change a little bit as time goes on to best serve, the clientele there and to still fit our current scheme without being a full dining,
I mean, you often have groups there that sit in the restaurant part.
Yes.
The tables, not in the booths, but at the tables.
Yes.
And you're saying that you would envision a process where you could send somebody there and take the order and card them at that table?
Correct, we have that ability. So the Toast provides us with other functions down the road if we choose to do it, but they are pretty in front of technology and they have a lot of options to, fit almost every style, so.
Since you're applying for an alcohol license, you're well aware of the consequences of too much alcohol on us.
Most certainly am, yes. Like I said, I was a bartender for a lot of time. Yeah,
Bartending in 2005?
Bartending in 2005, I was not, no.
You know what I'm talking about.
I do know what you're talking about, yes.
And you say everybody will be TIPS or TAM or alcohol certified that will be handling alcohol?
That is correct, yes. And so will some of the managers that help out will be also.
How much time do you intend to spend on the premises?
Me personally,
Yes.
I'd like to spend a little less, but no, I'm there most days, almost, I mean, between me and my business partner, one of us there are almost there every day. But, I mean, during the day, 50, 60 hours, let's put it that way.
So you won't be sneaking off trimming trees and mowing grass? and
I do
stuff?
not actually do the landscape
Another guy,
myself,
yeah.
no, so, I was never a landscaper, but, so I don't actually do the work on that side now.
Do you have any legal connection to the butcher part of the?
I do not. That is a separate business. They are actually my landlords also, so they own the property as well. I got a feeling they'll be a good customer. But no, I am not involved with them.
Will your partner participate in the management of the restaurant?
Yes, he is there. He does participate. He did not work in the restaurant business before. He was actually the landscaper, so that's what he's done for 20-some years. But he has since been there and enjoyed it and been picking it up, and I think he likes, I mean, obviously it's a little bit nicer to be inside when it's hot and cold outside, you know. But he planned on getting TAM certified as well, so that he's aware while he's overseeing what's going on, you know.
And it was your testimony, whoever works that section where they actually serve the alcohol, they will be TAM certified?
They will be as well, yes.
Are you TAM certified?
Currently, no. I have been in the past. I haven't had a need for it because I haven't, I mean, my last one expired, but when I worked at Liberatories, I was TAM certified.
How long ago was that?
When I worked there or when I was TAM certified?
When you worked for Pinot?
It's probably been, since I stopped helping, probably 2 years, because I worked there part-time on and off since
certified
2011. I'm sorry?
Were you certified then?
I was there at some point, yes. I don't know exactly when, but he ended up having everyone there take the class at some point, and we all did it.
Other questions?
No.
You brought two guys along with you. Do they want to say anything good or bad? Because they ain't going to say nothing bad, I know.
If we were 20 years younger, we wouldn't have a shot at it. We'd be doing it ourselves.
Well, what I can understand, when you just made that comment, when you were 20 years younger,
I should have did it back then.
you go out and you just put in 7,000 more trees, and Clyde probably did too, and you trim them trees, but you won't stand there and take money and pass out fried chicken. That don't make sense.
We went to fell and bumped our heads.
The only comment I was gonna make is.
Clyde, both of you, Doug, you too, just stand up there and state your name and address for the record.
Clyde Hurt,
No, use that.
Sit down.
Sit down.
Okay, sorry. Clyde Hurt, H-I-R-T, 1400 Tango Wood Drive, Westminster, Maryland. So the comment I was going to make was, we took over 21 years ago, and Bullock's, as they took it over, is kind of the way it still is. Did we change a few things along the way and do some things? Yes. And unfortunately, COVID. But I watched a lot of my friends would come, and when I say they would come, like a group of 30 of them, and they stopped coming because of craft beer. They now enjoy a beer with their dinner and they go elsewhere. So I watch that. Now, do they come once in a while? Do they get carry out a lot? Yes. But they don't come in the big group like they used to. They go to 1623 or Flood Zone or somewhere to have a beer and get dinner, or, you know, somewhere where there's beer, they enjoy beer now. So, and I know if there was beer and alcohol there, they would come back. So.
We're going to ask you, one of these is going to ask you this question, so I'll do it. Do you think he's a fit and proper person to hold an alcohol license?
Yes, he's very smart. I mean, you've heard him talk, and he's worked in a lot of establishments that have been alcohol related. He didn't mention it, but one of the managers there is very versed in alcohol that works there. So Eric Stiles worked for
Bob Parks.
Yeah, Bob Parks. So. And so he knows all about having it locked up in
Bill
the cooler.
Parks.
And yeah, Bill. So yes, he is capable, and so is drawing a blank. Your partner, isn't that weird? Julia. I'm sorry, because he goes by. He's got a nickname and all, and that's why my name. I didn't want to call him the wrong name. Julia. is very smart, and we'll get along fine with it.
Are you the former owner?
I am. I'm one of the former. Doug and I were 50-50 partners at Bilox, and we sold the property in May and sold the restaurant, sold the meat store to the current employees.
Mr. Zepp, would you like to make any comments? State your name and address for the record.
Doug Zepp, 2810 Old Washington Road, Westminster, Maryland. That's spelled Z-E-P-P. The only comment I can say is, again, if we were 20 years younger, we would have did the exact same thing. I did have a lot of, as you said, some of our clientele was of age, and I used to have people come up all the time and say, "Hey, buddy, why don't you get a beer in here? I want a beer with my steak." You know what I mean? And that's an older gentleman saying that, and multiple, not just one, but a lot of times. So as far as, anyway, they're going to bring the salad bar back, and he wants to have a grand opening, get some beer and wine. I think it's a great idea. It's, I guess we're one of the dinosaurs around Westminster anyway that doesn't offer a beer or wine. There's a couple of us around still. And as Clyde said, some of my friends that my kids grew up with, that their parents, I wouldn't see them, and I said, "Why don't you guys come down?" And they said, "We want a beer with our meal." You know, they go to Green Turtle or somewhere. So anyway, I think it's a great addition if it all works.
Is the salad bar still going to be the covered wagon?
It is, yes.
And we have a lot of people. I wanted to get rid of the salad wagon and put a nice new salad bar in, but there was so much flack from the community. They want that salad bar, which I explained. I probably give Matt too much unwanted guidance, but the guy that guided us gave us, and still gives us guidance, which is Bob Bullock.
All right, I'm putting you two guys on the spot, not him. How much loss would you estimate from that salad bar that walked out the door?
A lot. A lot. We've learned not to confront people. In the very beginning, we were way too passive, I guess. But as we got harder throughout those years, it was a lot of misuse of the salad bar, a lot. So anyway, when COVID came, obviously that's what shut us down with the salad bar, and we went a different direction by putting the stuff behind the counter so people couldn't touch it. You know how it works, but we felt with the waste and I'm going to just say, be nice to say, the waste on the customer side and the waste on our side at the end of the night, it almost was, I don't know, do you think we saved right off the bat maybe?
Yes.
You know what I mean? It wasn't a good.
It was an eye-opener.
It was an eye-opener to us. However, it's also a huge draw. My Lord, that's I mean, he put it.
I was just curious because, you know, I've talked about that.
The way we ran it, it took 6 more employees, you know, and employees are hard to come by right now. So, meaning over the whole week, you still had to hire 6 more people to run it. So.
I remember the covered wagon, but I gotta tell you, I'm a little partial to a plexiglass covering over top of the food I'm about to get.
I like the big block of cheese.
Giant.
Well, there towards the end, you had that plastic.
We had to have the sneeze guards on there and all that. We had to. That was health department regulations.
We kind of perfected those. So.
It's a little.
I'm going to make one comment to you. You take it for what it's worth. When you have that grand opening, if you get Bobby Bullock to stand at the door, tell him, okay, he likes to talk. Don't hold them people up too long, but I guarantee you, he'll draw you people in there. They know what I'm talking about.
So actually, one of the conditions when we bought the place is if we added alcohol, we had to change the name. And that was not something I was really looking forward to. But since the 3 months that I've had it and known Robert, he is now okay with us keeping it the Bullock's name. And so we're able to do that and keep it, you know, I think the community likes having the Bullocks around. And if we changed the name, it would take a little bit away from it, so.
The name has a A lot of goodwill.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions of the applicant or former owners? Hearing none, do you have anything to say finally?
I do not know.
Vector?
I just met Matt back in May and talking to him about this whole event. I think he'd be a good person, fit and proper to hold a liquor license. I think Bullocks would do well with a liquor license.
With that, testimony evidence is closed. We will now discuss the validity of the case and come to a decision. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard all the evidence and testimony. Comments, closing comments, motions, questions?
Well,
Speak now, forever hold your peace.
I think Mr. Culata has done his research. He has experience in the alcohol industry. I agree with him wholeheartedly that the way to go forward is to add to the restaurant things that they can get other places, and that's why they don't come to you. I absolutely agree with that. I don't think it would be a hindrance to the community, to the location or anything, and I agree with I feel he's a fit and proper person to hold a liquor license.
And I will join you in those comments. Clearly fit and proper, clearly experienced, and well qualified. And I think you will have the support group around you of people who really know what they're doing if you have any questions. I think you know what you're doing, but you also have those gentlemen next to you who also can, and I'm sure they'll be glad to help. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, I would offer a motion.
And that being?
Say yes?
And that being?
The motion being, in case 6464, the application of a new Class B beer and wine liquor license to be issued to Matthew Culata, I move that the application be granted.
Is there a second to the motion?
I second that motion.
Motion's been properly made and seconded under case 6464, an application for a new Class B beer, wine, and liquor license to be issued to Matthew Culata for the use of the Stockyard LLC, trading as Bullock's Restaurant, 2020 Sykesville Road, Westminster, Maryland, be approved. Any further discussion on the motion?
No.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. So ordered. Congratulations, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Now, just one comment. This approval is pending upon all county agency approvals.
Yes.
And it cannot be actually approved and issued until they are received.
Yes.
If you have any questions anytime, feel free to contact our office or our inspectors. They're here to serve you and help you.
Appreciate that. Thank
We
you.
wish you the best and good luck. Just don't get in the Christmas tree business.
It's a flooded market.
Thank you, gentlemen, Clyde and
Thank
Doug.
you.
Good luck in your future endeavors, and
Thank you.
wish you the best. Okay, back to the business session. There's two items, I think we've checked everything, have we not, Ms. Joe, that's listed here? But there are
Yes.
two things that I'd like to bring up. Number one, we don't have to vote on the bylaws, we already did that, right? All we did was change the date.
We did that.
Yes, okay. The second thing is the proposed legislation that we are proposing, of which Mr. Dixon issued, which is fine. My question to this group is, I would like to see that not only a person who is certified be on duty, as we've already discussed and approved, but the licensee, one of the licensees, be certified. What do you all think?
I haven't looked at other jurisdictions to see if any have taken that route. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't. I think it would be helpful. Often we have licensees in name only, or at least it seems that way. If they're required to get certification for alcohol management training of some sort, I think that gives us a little bit higher level of comfort that they're at least aware of the business that they're in, the license that name is in. Sometimes last several years, I've wondered if the licensee actually is involved. I think the chairman's suggestion pushes them a little toward that involvement. I would like to go back and review if anybody else has done it, just to see what they said. But I am at this point in support of that, as long as our attorney doesn't see any legal problems with the requirement.
Can't think of any offhand.
My reason being, now that, the Carroll County resident's been eliminated, that somebody from Maryland has to be on there, and they can be certified in Wycomico County if they're on a license up here, but they should be certified to a alcohol awareness training. So
All right, it seems like that's a reasonable basis, so I
mean,
don't have a problem with it.
I don't see where that creates a problem for somebody. Well, we can't come from Salisbury to Westminster to get certified. Hell, they got whatever county Salisbury's in right down there, get certified there. You don't have to come up here.
I think you have a reasonable basis to do it.
What do you think?
I agree.
Can you amend the legislation that somehow, or not amend it, but redraw?
Okay, I'll do that.
Now, do we need to have a public hearing, or we need to put this on the agenda for next month?
And I have to advertise.
So you can advertise, but then after that, we'll have to have the public hearing then.
Yeah, I would advertise that next meeting,
We're gonna discuss.
we're going to discuss it, and the public is welcome to come comment.
And after that, then we can, the next time you advertise, we're gonna vote on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Does that agree with you?
Yes.
Yes.
Any comment from the peanut gallery?
We also need to change, we need to change the rule book also.
Well,
And that needs to go in a public hearing also.
why can't they go at the same time?
Yeah, it can, I'm just saying, but we have to make sure we have both.
Okay, last thing I have, just as of today. I think one-day license, the first time they are presented to us by an establishment, they ought to be here in person. It takes.
Makes my job easier.
I was just ready to say, it takes the responsibility off of the inspectors, puts it here, we're the ones that okay the license, and he has to do all the legwork and so on and so forth, and
Yeah, plus, he's answering questions from us that,
he can't answer because he,
right, it puts him in a bad position, I think. So
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Do we need to advertise anything like that, or can we just say, okay, this is our policy from now on for a one-day license?
Put them on the application instructions.
Yeah, I think you can just put it on the application. That's good enough.
Excellent.
Now, you're talking about outdoor events or indoor or both?
Just now.
Both,
Oh.
for a one-day license for the first time that they.
Applicant.
Applicant, for a first-time applicant. And a one-day license, they don't have to give us all the information like a applicant does for a Class A, B, or something like that, which includes zoning and health departments and all that kind of stuff. They don't have to do that.
Unless we ask for it.
This case today, it's zone agriculture, but
Well, it's the same thing last month. Believe is owned agriculture probably. That farm, they're hanging out that farm, we named, nothing that came up to that discussion. And then the other one's down Sykesville Fire Department. They're both brand new events.
But zoning would only be interested if they were going to carry on.
well, what I'm getting about
You
this,
know,
this appears to
routinely.
be, if I understood you right, like a music festival that we're talking about in Woodbine. Is that right?
Pretty much is, yes.
We don't know anything about the organization other than what is on the application and what you all looked up on.
Right. I mean, I didn't really see their charitable purpose. I might have missed it in the application. Did you see it, Joe? What the money goes for?
Tim, this might be out in left field, but, you know, when we issue this license today, he's got to report sales and so on and so forth. Okay? It's a private entity for profit. But is there some way we can say, okay, you need to report the gross income and what was garnered by the charity?
We're talking about the thing at Woodbine?
Yeah, those similar things.
That's Virginia.
Yeah, we can ask for it.
That's what it is, isn't it?
They have to report it on their 990 anyhow,
Yeah.
which is one of the concerns I had, is because looking at the database I found, they've done
They haven't reported
no
on it.
reports of any income in 4 years.
We can ask for it, that's not a problem.
Post dated was 2020, so.
So maybe next time around, if we have any questions, I don't know.
Okay,
I had one thing I wanted to talk about, just real quick.
okay, but we're square. You're gonna
So now-
put that on the application, first time
First-time applicants,
has to appear.
parentheses, organizations apply, they have to appear before the board
And
to,
make sure they gotta have it to you in time for,
yeah,
okay, I don't have anything else.
Is that for both indoor and outdoor?
yes.
Yes.
I noticed on the applications we had today, it still asks, are you a Carroll County resident? In one of those things, on one of those pages, says, are you a Carroll County resident? And they answered.
Yeah, that's still
On the
there.
regular applications for a license, like the,
Oh, the regular
yeah.
application. Yeah, I need to change that.
George,
Sorry,
you
I
had
didn't mean
something you want to say?
interrupt you, George.
Yeah. On the legislative concepts draft that Tim sent out, under justification for a proposal, I like to give him a little more info. Something along the lines of why we want it. I think we want it, and I wrote down some draft language, because having personnel on premises trained in alcohol management techniques would enhance the licensee's ability to detect or prevent underage sales and overservice. And because to me, it's a public safety issue.
Can you email that to both Tim and I?
Oh, yeah, yeah. And also I'd like to add that, and I think this is important for the commissioners, is that that 10 other Maryland jurisdictions, 10 other Maryland counties have the same requirement and same concerns, and we're addressing the same thing that they are. Yeah, something along those lines. I'll just email you something, and then you can massage it how you like. But I just want to give the commissioners a little bit more information of why we want to do it this way. And I think public safety is the real reason.
Tina, you have anything? Dr. Pohl, anything?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Benford? Mr. Dixon?
No, sir.
Ms. Joe? Hearing no other comments, questions, adjectives, verbs, or anything, this meeting stands adjourned until our next meeting of September the 13th, 2023 at 10 a.m.